And we are live. What's good, y'all? Welcome. I really want to know podcast, man. How y'all feeling, bro? How y'all feeling? What's good, man? Happy hump day. It is Wednesday. Uh Hope y'all are well. I hope everything is going good. It's the middle of the week. You're almost to the weekend, guys. You're halfway there. More than halfway there, because it's the end of the business day for some people. Um, yeah, man. I want to give a shout out to my brother Knight Ant, man. He came through, bro. He came through last night, man. Thank you. Um, we had a good show last night. We had a light crowd. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been waiting on this to happen. I mean, whenever you do this sort of thing, when you promote events, you're gonna get to where sometimes your crowd can't make it, and then you sit back and you assess, like, man, what happened? What did we do wrong, or what could we have done to do better, whatever. And then it dawned on me, it was like, oh, this was a busy weekend in Tampa. We had Drake and J. Cole concert. Cat Williams that came through for that weekend as well. And then like the weekend before, we had the WWE was in town. Rents due, like Cardinals due, insurance or whatever. So it's like, oh, I think people were tired and they had spent a lot of money. So we're anticipating a really big show next week, man. We got Candace August, man, coming through. We got some real good comics coming through as well. I still have to book a couple of more, but we do have the flyer out. Like I said, we have Candace August, one of the, if not the funniest female comedian in the Tampa area, man. I'm so happy to have her, man. And then we have Cisco Hernandez, a young up and coming comic who is actually a realtor, and he's gonna be on the show. And of course, I'm gonna be there, your host. And yeah, we're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna have some more. We're definitely gonna have some more comments come through. That'll be this Tuesday, the 13th, the day before Valentine's Day. So, hey, if you guys are in the Tampa area and you're looking for something to do with your boo, come check us out. Comedy Arc at Status. You guys will have a good time. I promise you that. Cover's only $5, and you're gonna see one of the best comedy shows in Tampa and possibly even the country, man. I've been doing this for a long time. As anyone who's ever been to any of my shows, we don't mess around. So today's topic, man, dealing with an alpha woman, bro. Found this episode, an interview with TK Kirkland, and I forget her name. It's a young woman. It's her podcast. Ooh, bro, this is gonna be a good conversation, I believe. Times they are changing, man, and this is this is a good one. So let's get into it. And we are live. What's good, y'all? Welcome to the I Really Want to Know podcast, y'all. Yeah, man, get some indeed. This is definitely some red pill, red meat. This is the kind of stuff that, podcasts like Fresh and Fit and content creators like Donovan Sharp and Rollo Tomasi, Michael Sertain, Rich Cooper. This is the stuff that is like where the rubber meets the road in the manosphere slant red pill world. Times have changed. Right? It's like this ain't the same dating landscape that existed 10, 15 years ago. Certainly not the way it used to be 30, 50 years ago. Times have changed. Women, not all women, but there are a lot of women out there who they have not, what am I trying to say? They are very uncompromising when it comes to being an alpha, taking care of business, being an independent woman. So now you have the dating landscape is just, women who are out here and they're not taking anything less than what they want financially, physically, emotionally. It goes down the line. This is the kind of stuff that you see on the Fresh and Fit podcast. You'll see it tonight when they do the after hours. You'll have women come on and they'll say, this is what I deserve, right? Quote unquote. And then when they're faced with the reality, and the reality is there just aren't enough men of that caliber to go around, They don't know what to do. They just go into denial and they want to argue and argue and argue until someone passes out, right? That's just pretty much what's going on with it. There's a movie out there. I'm pretty sure you guys saw it. It's an amazing movie. It's called Forrest Gump. In the movie Forrest Gump, there's a scene where Jenny, which is Forrest Gump's lifelong love of his life, comes home as an adult. They're walking around. She sees her childhood home. It brings back a lot of bad memories and a lot of trauma. And she starts throwing rocks at this house, man, breaking the windows, making some of the boards fall off. And she throws and throws and throws until she runs out of rocks. And then she collapses and she cries, right? And Forrest Gump is sitting there watching this whole thing. And he made a very profound statement. Sometimes there just aren't enough rocks. You know what I mean? Shout out to Forrest Gump. Sometimes there just aren't enough rocks. So when you look at hypergamy, and when you look at the vast majority of women out here, you know, in the trenches, looking for their significant other, they are all competing pretty much for the same type dude. They want a guy who is a certain height. You want a guy who's tall, he's handsome, he's sophisticated, he's funny, he's charming, he's all these other things, like he's in shape. And then, you know, you throw in the financial side of it. I want a guy that makes at least as much as I do or more. I want a guy who's driven. I want a guy, you know what I mean, who has all of the success trinkets and trophies or whatever, the car, the jewels, the house, the clothes, all that, right? Where there just are only so many dudes who could fit that bill. In other words, there just aren't enough rocks. Right? So you're gonna have to make a compromise at some point. And this is what we're gonna talk about. I stumbled onto this video, and I think this video is older, maybe a year or so old or something like that. TK Kirkland is a comedian. If you guys don't know who he is, he has been talking about this intersexual dynamic and what women want and what men want and how the game of life works forever. I've seen TK perform at the Laugh Factory on Chocolate Sundays so many times I can't even count. Dude, in his comedy, he's able to push his message, and he's been pushing this message for a very, very long time. Wonderful 34s in the building. What's good, fam? Good to see you, man. So glad you're here. Brother Mandrell is in the house. My favorite Green Beret. What's good, Mandrell? How you feeling? You know what I mean? My favorite doctor is in the house, man. We got Dr. B84 in the building. What's good? I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm still salty. I'm gonna miss you, man. You're gonna be down in Miami a week, really a couple of days after I leave, man. Or is it the other way around? I get there a couple of days after you leave, but man, no, I get there first and then you coming. Man, oh man, dude. I'm gonna try to see if I can get back down there, bro. See if I can get back down there, man. We got brother Dinosaur in the building, always number one in the chat. Always number one in the chat. He was like, DL, did you see the Florida lady get drowned by an alligator? HOA said will be evicted if she walks her dog on the street. I did not see that, man. Apparently, brother Dino continues. And you had a neighbor film the backyard pond alligator they gave a name to. RIP, man. I did not see that, man. But yeah, we got critters down here in Florida, bro. We got critters down here, man. I was driving home from the gig last night, man, about midnight. Driving home, the streets are pretty much empty. I'm just driving, and I get hit. Like, there's no rain. It's a clear night. The car gets hit by, I mean, I'm like, what was that? Like, it was just some liquid or something, just like rocks. I mean, it was just heavy, hit the car. And it turns out, man, it was a bird. It was bird droppings, man. We got big condor type birds down here, falcons and hawks and all that. And I mean, I'm like, what did that bird eat, bro? Like, it, I'm just driving. It hit like, boom, you can hear it. I swear you think the car was shook a little bit. Like, what? Finally got home, looked at the car, man. It was like bird droppings, bro. Like, oh my God, I'm just driving down one of the main streets. Florida ain't no joke, man. Florida ain't no joke, man. Dr. B is like, yep, March 18th to 22nd, bro. Yep. And I'm down there the 15th. I leave on the 18th, bro. I'm down there the 15th, 16th. Actually, I leave on the 17th. So I'll leave a day before you get there, bro. It's crazy. Brother Tez is in the building. What's good, man? What's good? What's good? What's good? So, Sometimes there just aren't enough rocks. That I mean, just you see this on Fresh and Fit, and like you see this on any of the manosphere YouTubers talk about this all the time. And you're talking about hypergamy, you talk about how women are chasing after the same dudes, and those dudes pretty much get to do what they want to do because they're so highly sought after. They're out there, and then of course women say all men are 304s, all men are players, all men make over six figures, all men drive Lamborghinis, all men, they say this because these are the men that they deal with, these are the men that they see. They don't see like the bottom 80% of dudes. You know what I mean? They see the top 20, and some people say they only really see the top 5%, whatever. I always say the top 20. The top 20% of men have access. Women really don't see the bottom 80 guys. And then when you add that financial element, man, it really makes it difficult for women who are out here trying to find their quote unquote significant other. This video we're about to react to. The woman who was interviewing Brother TK. I mean, she was going hard, and I just thought this would be a good learning tool. This would be a good opportunity to kind of see what's out there. Now, I'm not saying that the average woman is like this host. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying, though, is I do see a lot of elements in everyday women that this host presents. I think this host is an extreme version of what is out there. I think the average woman is is way calmer than this particular lady. And you guys will see what I mean once we get into this. On a spot live. I am the single ones in the building. What's good, sis? I heart the manosphere. Word. Word. You don't see that often. I rock in the manosphere in the red pill world. Because there are dudes out here really looking for help. They're looking for answers. They want to know how to move. And I'm doing my best to help dudes become the best versions of themselves and maybe find some sort of success out there. That's why I'm over here. Do I agree with all the stuff that I see going on in the manosphere? Absolutely not. But I do agree with a lot of it. And there are some bad actors, right? There are a lot of bad actors in the Mano Swamp, in the red pill spaces. Myron Gaines is not one of them. But there's some bad actors out. Myron will say some stuff that I'm like, oh, I don't know about that. But he's consistent with his message. He's consistent with his data. I'm talking about the real bad actors out there. I'm not going to jump on them and name names right now, but those who follow the spaces out there, those are in the Mano Swamp, y'all know who I'm talking about. There are some bad actors out there. And it is always the bad actors that gives the entire space a bad name. I mean, it just keep it 100. And when you hear people, make these outlandish statements and say all this stuff, well, that's the stuff that goes viral. You're not going to hear about the normal conversation and the good things that are going on. And you're not going to hear, when you have a woman who's like, yeah, I agree with you. There are only so many men who make this much money. And, those men do have options. And, most of the time those men are going to exercise those options. That conversation is not going to go viral. But when you have the opposite of that, when people are screaming at each other and calling each other names and going crazy, that's the viral stuff. That's the red meat. Brother Cody is King is in the building. What's good, Cody? He's like, you mean a loud woman? Like, Cody is King's in the building. So let's pull up this video. It's the name of this podcast is Pivot with Purpose. And the name of the host, man, I'm sorry, I cannot remember her name. But they'll have her name pop up on the bottom third, I believe. So we'll be able to read her name, as we get going into this. Man, this is an hour podcast. I'm gonna try to get through most of it. This is probably gonna be because I was thinking this might have to be a two-parter, but I don't know. The first part is where all of the red media is, like the first 30 to 40 minutes or so is where all of the media is. We're gonna try to get through that part, and then at the very end, Brother TK said something that was just spot on. So when we get to the end, we'll deal with that, man. So let's get into this. And for those of you who are here, Ninja watching, I appreciate you for my day ones. I appreciate you guys as well. Please like, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. We're growing, guys. We're growing. The YouTube short algorithm is pushing shorts like crazy, even shorts from this from this platform. Our long form content not really doing as well, but the shorts are doing great. And it's just a matter of time, guys. I appreciate all my day ones hanging in there with me and supporting me and all that good stuff, man. I really, really appreciate y'all. We're growing. Even Patrick Bet David, with all of his millions, when he got into this space, they said it took him 2 years. He was 2 years in before he was able to get to 2,000 subscribers. We're at 1,820 some odd subscribers now, and we're not even at the 2-year mark. So think about that, man. Like we're on track. Look at PBD now, man. Millions and millions of subscribers over multiple platforms. He is one step away from mainstream. He was just on Bill Maher last week. On Bill Maher's podcast that he does from his home. I think it's just a matter of time before we'll see PBD, Patrick Bet David, on Bill Maher's HBO show. So, hey, man, we're going in the right direction, guys. We are certainly going in the right direction. Let's get into this. Like and subscribe, please. Let's get into this.
Welcome back to another episode of Pivot with Purpose. Today's a special one. I was actually headed out to Tampa to go to Hollow Scream and hang out. Funny story on that. I was going on a date with this guy and he canceled on me. He's a single dad.
Okay.
So his daughter, I can't complain too much. I get it. Daughter said can't come. So I went ahead and called somebody else and I said, hey, going to Tampa. You want to roll? He said yes. So we rolling.
Oh, cool.
It's like I realize it's been almost 2 years. I am the definition of single. Like,
okay, I respect that.
All caps, single. I've never been this single in my life.
Right.
And I don't know how ready I am today, but let's call somebody up and say, let's just go have a good time. Not like I'm trying to do anything.
Right.
But just have a good time.
Will you take advantage of them if the opportunity?
Not this one.
Not this one? Okay, you're not feeling that person like that.
So here we are, man. We're just like just a few minutes, like a minute and 33 seconds into her podcast. And what she says, like, hey, she had plans to go on a date with a guy who's a single dad. I believe she's in the Orlando area. They talk about Tampa because they were saying an hour and a half away. So I'm like, I think they're in Orlando. It could be in Sarasota, but I think it's Orlando. She said, hey, I was going to go to Tampa on this date. My date flaked on me. Single dad. She's like, I get it. Right. So I'm like, okay, cool. So what did she do? She called up another dude to get a dude to roll out with her. She invites a dude to come with her. So she basically asks the dudes on a date. Where did she get that guy from? The friend zone. That guy's probably been waiting on that phone call for years. Here's my chance. TK is like, oh, if it turns into something, you're going to do a little something. She was like, nope, not with this guy. Right off the rip. Not with this guy. She just doesn't want to go by herself. She still wants to go out to whatever this event is. She wants someone with her. I got someone in the friend zone that's going to do it. Initially, you listen to it and you would think that she's been listening to Myron Gaines. You know what I mean? She's been listening to Fresh on Fresh and Fit podcast. You got to double, triple stack your dates because someone's going to flake on you. So you just go with the number 2 and then go with the number 3. Women are so alpha that they're beginning to move like men. Xerxes, the king of Persia, said this when he was dealing with the Spartans. He said it himself. He was like, women are made of men parts and men are made of women parts. He was saying that about his own soldiers and his own generals. Like, man, look at these women are made of men parts and these men are made of women parts because the women were so alpha trying to deal with the Spartans. And ain't that much changed. Ain't that much changed. Look at what's going on now. So this sister right here, I want to say her name is Cynthia or something like that. Kathy, I was hoping they'll show her name at some point. I never say my name at the top of the show, but it's right here, right? It's right below us. Bam, right there. DL Saint. I put it in the bottom third. But right off the rip, she's talking about the struggles of a single woman. Like, I am single. This is how I am moving. And as we get into it, you're going to see how alpha she really was. Now, again, this is just how it works. I ain't mad. Women have a legion of dudes trying to get them. And this is women at all spectrums of the scale, from 2s all the way up to 10s, really 1s, from 1s all the way up to 10s. They have multiple guys standing by. They have a guy in the friend zone. Guaranteed they have a guy in the friend zone. But dudes, Only the top 20% of dudes really have access to women like that, and they have to work extremely hard. They have to get gamed up and they have to move in a certain way because of their experience. They're like, yeah, I know she's probably going to flake. I know this, I know that. And it is what it is. Let's continue.
This is just, we're just gonna chill.
Now, how and if you wanted, because I could tell you're a boss.
Mhm.
So if you wanted to sleep with someone, how would you pull it off?
I don't even know what that looks like.
Like, would you seduce a person, buy a person a drink, you're sleeping in the same hotel
Honestly,
room?
every time that anything has happened for me, so I have 2 left feet.
Okay.
Somehow my bad dancing and my loud mouth makes them to fall in love with me. So I don't have to do much. That just be like, just get to dancing, and they're like, I love the fact that you have no rhythm, and I'm like, I know.
That's hilarious.
I know.
Hilarious.
But this voice that you hear, I did a little research. Always knew who he was because he is about 95 years old, so he's been along for a while, 3, 4, 5 different generations. He's an actor. He's a stand-up comedian. He's a podcast host. Right. We're in a podcast right now. He is a writer. So I found out. He is here for his comedy show at the Orlando Improv. And he has writing credits in Are There Any Questions? You've been on BET's Comic View, Lafapalooza. Did you do Def Jam?
No.
No Def Jam?
No.
Brother TK has a ton of credits. She's kind of going through his credits. She never answered this question. He was like, well, how do you seduce? How do you set it up to where, when you want to smash, how do you make it happen? And then she talks about, well, I got 2 left feet and I'm uncoordinated and all I got to do is just do this, whatever silliness. And, and the guys are like, oh, I love the fact that you're uncoordinated and da-da-da. The answer is this, man. Dudes want to smash. Right? She is a woman, right? She doesn't have to know how to seduce a dude. Every dude that comes into her orbit is trying to hit. The vast majority, making up numbers here, I would say 99.8% of the dudes in her orbit are trying to smash. Most of them are in the friend zone. Some of them are dudes are out here just trying to make it happen, let it known up front. I'm gonna let you know up front, I'm trying to get at you. I'm trying to holler at you. I'm trying to get in there. And it is what it is. Women don't need to know how to seduce a dude. They just don't have to. Guys come ready. What do dudes want to do? They want to smash. If you're a woman out there and you don't believe me, I don't know what to tell you. Guys want to hit. That's it. They want to hit. So you don't have to dance silly or whatever she was doing. You ain't got to pop lock and all this kind of stuff. Hey, what's up? You want me to get this? All you got to do is say, hey, why don't you come over? Hey, what you doing? Why don't you come over? A booty call, a booty text. He'll be there, Johnny on the spot. You know what I mean? Like, even with her, like this woman right here, I mean, she's attractive on the show. She's like thicker in the sense, like a sexy thick. She's not like a big girl. I mean, like a fat girl. Like she's not obese. But this is the kind of woman who, whenever she walks into a room, whatever room she's in, dudes are gonna come over and holla, 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 holla. Right? So if she sends that text like, hey, what you doing? Why don't you come over and Netflix and chill? That guy that she sends it to is gonna be out of there like this. He's gonna be out of there like that, man. Like that. Like, what's up? You want to come get this? Dude is on his way. Beep, beep, pew. Showing up at the door, knocking on the door ASAP. Like, oh, I can't believe he got here that fast. So women don't have to put in any kind of work when it comes to that. Men do. Men do. Some men have to work way harder than others. But even the dudes at the top tier dudes, they still got to put in work because women come over there and they're like, I just don't want it. I don't want you to get it so easily. I don't want to seem easy to you, which shoots them in the foot every single time. But that's another conversation for another day. Let's continue.
So this BET Comic View that I remember.
Yep.
So he is known. TK, did I get all that right?
Yep, you got all of it right.
You got all of it?
You got there's a lot of new stuff.
What's the new stuff?
The new stuff is
podcast is new.
Yeah, podcast is new.
Stand-up you're still doing?
I have my own company. I will produce my own stand-up specials.
Okay. So
and they've been doing very well. Yeah, one is called T to the MFK. That's the latest one.
Okay, and where's that at?
That's actually on. I have my own network as well called TK.net.
And they're going over his his credits and what he's doing. This is great stuff. But we'll definitely link this in the we'll link this in the description below so you guys can watch this if you want. I encourage you to watch the entire thing. It flows pretty good. It slows down a little bit past the halfway point, but then when it gets towards the end again, it gets pretty good. Yeah, but they're gonna get into conversations about sexual dynamics, man. So let's get back to it.
Yes.
So, shout out to you being here on this earth as long as you have.
Shout out to the senior citizens.
Absolutely. You might be the oldest person I've ever interviewed.
Wow, awesome.
No, not might. You are.
Okay.
Yeah, outside of my grandma when we just hang out. But yeah, you're definitely the oldest person I've ever interviewed. Before we get started with the podcast, this was all so nice, but it's gonna get real in a second because if you know anything about TK, he's controversial. The old is not just age, sometimes thinking too. So Apple Podcast review. Shout out to everybody who leaves an Apple Podcast review. It helps tremendously to grow this show, whether it's on YouTube or Apple.
And she says he's controversial. Like she did a little bit of research. She looked at some of his clips. She didn't look at his long form stuff, his clips, and they're gonna get into it big time. So let's continue.
I have no idea.
Me neither. Shalom. I'm gonna be real. I just love your vibes, who and what you represent. So I know this show is bomb. Period. I will be honest and say I've only heard and seen maybe 2 episodes. Thank you for your honesty. But I will make sure to watch one every day moving forward. And as I watch, I definitely will show and tell you what I think as I go along with your Pivot podcast journey and continue fighting my purpose. God is love. Shout out to her. I love that.
Okay.
Because we just hit our 200th episode.
Wow. Awesome.
So this technically will be like 202 or 203, something like that. And I've been podcasting for 5 years. And 5 years in, there's new listeners literally daily.
Absolutely.
So it's the beauty of podcasting that people will start listening from years ago. And I'm like, I'm not even that girl.
And she has around 5,000. I think she has under 6,000 subscribers. I kind of went through her page a little bit, looking at kind of some of her stuff. Her numbers are similar to mine. I mean, she's doing like some 200, views, 500 views. And then her clips would be a couple thousand on her clips and stuff like that, her shorts. So, I'm kind of, gaining ground. But yeah, she's been doing this a long time.
On radio after I got back to Orlando from Jersey. Jersey? Anyways, he's from Jersey. So y'all already know. Garbage. I don't know what comes out of it. Who else came out of Jersey?
Oh man, Flip Wilson.
Who is that?
old comedian.
Okay.
Old comedian. We have a lot of celebrities come out of.
Give me another one. Give me one that we would be proud of.
Oh man.
We can't even that.
Kool and the Gang.
Who is that?
You don't know who Kool and the Gang is?
No.
Spike and Kool and the Gang.
Showing your age.
The Manhattans.
Come on, give me somebody from like.
She's showing her age. This is a young woman. This is very young, and the way that she thinks is kind of, like she's saying this stuff and being witty and funny, but at the same time is extremely disrespectful, right? So this is part of it. This is part of it, y'all. She is young, modern. This is a young, modern boss babe. Let's continue.
I lived in Jersey for about 8. Well, I lived in Jersey twice. I lived in Teaneck
for
a year in 2006,
yesterday.
And I lived in Alpine.
Okay, beautiful
for another year.
places. Yeah.
Both of them hate them.
Okay.
So not for me. Up north is not for me anyway. Florida, Orlando is my place. So here I
stay. If you're from Florida, you want to stay in Florida. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. The weather, the way the city moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. So we're gonna start with Carla on air, and this is usually an article or something that's going on that I, want to talk about. So Love is Blind. I'll be shocked if you've ever seen it.
No.
Okay. So Love is Blind is a series of a dating show on Netflix. I sometimes like to unwind, and I'll fall asleep every time. So it takes me forever to finish a season of something. Okay. But I'll watch something that has nothing to do with work or like development or just trash TV to get it. So Love is Blind is going on. And I want you to picture this. This is a scenario that happened. So these people are in pods. They don't see each other, and you have to fall in love with someone after talking to them for like 10 days and propose because you're talking to them constantly.
Propose like marriage?
Yes.
Oh, man.
And then so here's how the show works. You're for 10 days in these pods. You date a bunch of people. You see who you connect with. You don't know what they look like, where they're from, how tall they are. Like, nothing about them. You just talk to them through a wall.
Yes.
So all these days. So finally, that connection, you fall in love with them, you propose, then you meet each other and you see what you look like. Then they send you off for, I think it's like 4 weeks to an island.
Okay.
And it's like a honeymoon type of, or pre-honeymoon.
Right.
And then they put you in an apartment for another 4 weeks until your wedding.
Man.
So you get married in like 8 weeks from meeting each other face to face. Well, now.
Has anyone watched that show? I've heard about this show. I've never watched it. I know there are a couple shows like this where people are willing to get married without, sight unseen. There's a show out there. I don't know if it's still going, but a matchmaker would match you with someone and they both parties agree to get married. The show she's talking about, I've seen clips. My man Jay Swans be like watching it, because he and his wife are sitting around and they watch stuff like this. And it's funny because people are talking, they can't see each other. It's just conversation and whatever. And then they meet and they film the first time they get to see each other. And sometimes you see the disappointment or the excitement, you know what I mean? Like it's so crazy. And I'm pretty sure there's somebody's probably clipped that up into a channel somewhere where you can just see sometimes it's the man who's extremely disappointed, sometimes it's the woman. Like the woman might be overweight or whatever, and the guy's like, damn. Or the guy might be short and the woman's like a little taller and she's like, damn. You know what I mean? Or the other way around, they get happy, like, yeah. And these type of shows are all over network television, cable television. You can find them. I think they're on Netflix. A lot of them have them on Netflix. I think it's one is like Married at First Sight or something like that. It's one of them. I don't know, but I've never watched any of these shows. I've seen maybe 1 or 2 episodes of this show that she's talking about, I believe, because they have them separated and they talk via like a phone or whatever. Like they're in a room and then the other person in the room, they don't see each other. This sounds familiar, but I never watched like a whole season or anything like that. Brother Grios is in the building. What's good, fam? Brother Grios is in the building. Sister, I am the single one. She's like, I watched 1 season of it, might review it on my other channel. Ooh, if you do that, let me know. I probably will have to watch a season. Maybe I'll watch an episode from a season and I can talk to you about the episode if you decide to do it. Let me know, sis. Let me know. Let's continue.
Now there's this couple, and I want you to picture this. Now they got back to their apartments and they go and see each other's real apartments where you really live. Now, here's the scenario. You're like on this 5th date with this person, right? You're getting to know them. You really like them. Then you go to their house eventually, right? Because we're grown. Now, everybody here is 30, at least 30 to 35.
Okay.
Right? You go to their house and he's like, I'm going to cook you dinner. The guy, this is the man. I'm going to cook you dinner and, I'm going to make you steak and potatoes, probably a little asparagus on the side, a salad, a little wine. And she's like, absolutely. I mean, I love to eat. Right. Give me a steak. So you walk in and then she's like, well, let me help you plate everything because now you're done cooking. So I'll help you plate everything so we can sit down. You open up the cabinets and the man has plates, spoons and forks and stuff and cups, but it's paper plates, solo cups, and silverware that's plastic.
Okay.
He does not own dishes.
Okay.
No dishes.
Yes.
You're somewhere between 30 and 35.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
All right, so y'all kind of know where this is going. She has a good point though. Like you're somewhere between 30 and 35. You're a man. You have nothing but plasticware and paper plates and stuff like that. Right off rip, I'm thinking, what happened? Did he just go through some sort of breakup? Did he just go through some sort of divorce? Did he go? You know what I mean? Did he lose a lot of money? Did he lose money through the divorce? Did he lose money because maybe he made some bad investments? I'm thinking, that doesn't really sound right. Or it's a guy who doesn't, the guy doesn't really cook, but he cooked all this up so he knows what he's doing. That's my initial thought. And then my secondary thoughts would be, well, I need to see the dude. Is this a Chad? Is this a Tyrone? Is this a dude who's like extremely fit? Is this a dude who has game? He's a womanizer. And if that's the case, he doesn't need paper plates. He doesn't need silverware. He doesn't need, he doesn't need nice china. He can get away with the paper plates, the plasticware, because all he's doing is bringing women back to the crib to smash. That's it. He's not cooking dinner, having lunch, having breakfast. He's not doing any of that. She's coming over to get what she wants from this top tier dude on the physical side. Maybe he doesn't have any money. Remember, we talk about this all the time. You go, one of your red pill moments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You don't have to have money to get intimacy from women in today's world. You just have to have game and know how to move. I told you guys on this platform, I say it all the time. I've said it on Suzette Speaks platform. Shout out to Suzette Speaks, by the way. Shout out to my sister. She's out there killing it right now, man. It's political season, man. She is putting together some of the best political events I've seen in a long time. She's down in South Florida. I'm trying real hard to get to one of her events. She's doing big, big things, man. We got to give our sis Adon DeMarco. Shout out to you, Sue. She's probably not watching because she's busy as hell, but I'm going to clip this and send it to her so she can see me giving her her flowers because she deserves it. She's working hard. But back to what I was saying. If you're a dude, you got your body together, you financially got yourself together enough to where you're living on your own, you don't have a roommate, you have game, right? You're funny or you really know how to talk to women. Yeah, I mean, that's it. You're gonna get women who are like, man, this is a big dumb dude, but boy, is he sexy. I want to go back to the house. I'm gonna crush, I'm gonna smash. I'm gonna let him get this. He doesn't need these things that she's talking about. You know what I mean? So let's see what Brother TK had to say.
I don't think you should judge anyone.
Of course you would say that.
Yeah.
I love that.
I don't think you should judge anyone. I think with me, it's everything's based on who raised you. Everything is based on who raised you. So if he's moving that way.
Okay, but we can all get raised, but at some point we're adults.
No, you're not understanding. There's some parents who are just horrible, Carl.
Okay, let's now take accountability for ourselves. We're now adults.
Right.
So I understand our parents raised us one way.
There's grown people that
never grew up.
Yeah, but there's grown people who don't have plates.
Why?
I have no idea.
Why are you on a dating show trying to find you a wife when you don't have plates?
But you're profiling, you're criticizing, and to hear you do that is kind of strange.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Because you so.
Boy, she doesn't like the fact that this dude doesn't have plates, right? She doesn't like that at all, right? Oh, TK said, I don't want to judge. You know, he's an old brother, man. He's in his 60s. You know, he looks good. Shout out to TK. He's like, I don't want to judge. I don't know dude situation. This woman is in there. I have no idea how this woman reacted on the show. This young lady right here, she's like, why are you out here trying to date if you ain't even got plates? What does that have to do with anything? This is the way he chooses to live. You know, most dudes do things because they're trying to get women. If you remove women from the equation, most dudes would probably live in, you know, the most basic shelter, probably wouldn't have nice furniture. None of that means anything to them. So the average dude doesn't care. Like, you come in my place, the place is put together. But, you know, I put it together in the back of my mind. I'm thinking like, you know, one day I might bring some women through here or something like that. You have to have your way. Your place has to be a certain way. Again, that's part of the game. That's part of knowing how to move, especially if you out here womanizing or whatever. You got a nice place, right? You can have a house or a townhouse or an apartment. But if your place is nice, it's cozy, it's put together, it smells good, it's clean for the most part, bro, that's 65%, 70% of the battle right there. She's already digging. You should agree to come to your spot. She walk into the spot, right? That's 20% of it. She walk into the spot, you know what I mean? And the spot is perfect. That's like 60% of it. You 80% there. Now all you got to do is just keep your mouth, you know, keep your foot out your mouth. Don't say anything stupid. And she gonna get down. Because more than likely that's what she came for. So it doesn't matter if you have plates, you know, silverware, china, and all that. But a guy who has his game together understands that, well, if I'm going to be bringing women back here, this place is going to have to look a certain way. Period. You know, your car is going to have to look a certain way. It doesn't have to be high-end European or Asian or whatever, but it has to be, you want your car to be nice and clean. You know what I mean? Like, the outside is nice. The inside is clean. It's not cluttered. That's what women expect. Their car might be wrecked. It might be a disaster zone, but yours got to be right. This is all part of the game. And look how this young woman right here, I can't believe why is he out here trying to date if he doesn't have, you know, china and silverware? Because he can. Brother Pitney's in the building. What's good, fam? She basically just admitted that pre-selection is a thing. Absolutely. It absolutely is. I am a single one. She was like, I actually agree with TK. So far, girl, we making you, we dragging you into the Mano swamp, girl. Be careful, we dragging you in.
Because you're so amazing, for you to judge that guy so hard.
If you're broke, you shouldn't be dating.
I agree with that.
Okay. Oh, we agree on something. Might be the only thing this whole episode.
I do agree with that.
Okay.
I believe that a man and woman, everybody should work hard and have themselves together first.
Absolutely.
And I mean, really have yourself together.
You don't have to be a millionaire by any way, but you really need to be able to cover all your bases and live comfortably.
To enhance the woman or the man that you're going to date.
Absolutely.
People think I'm crazy when I talk like that.
No.
But it's a fact. Like, you don't want to be broke, but you want to have a little something. Yeah. At least go to a movie. At least to at least pay your bills before you bring another man or woman into your
life. You're coming and inviting me to your house to eat, at least have the dollar store literally has.
Now, do you think somebody? We're gonna go back to being grown, but 30 to me is not grown. I think we talked about.
At 30, I think at this point we're still defining our careers, who we are. We're still learning. You mature a little bit, but we're talking about specifically here paper plates.
I totally agree because
not
I believe
one dish like a fork. How am I gonna cut the steak?
I believe everything that you're saying, but what I've seen around the world, I'm very disappointed. Even to hear what you're telling me, that a man 30-something years old has paper plates.
So there was something else that happened.
Okay.
So right away, man, she's talking about, you shouldn't be dating if you broke. TK said the same thing. You shouldn't be dating what you broke. What's broke? What's broke? We talk about this all the time, right? One of my favorite talking points, right? As of 2022, man, the average income per individual in the U.S. $65,423,000. That's like the average, right? Well, I believe it's the median. It's the median. I'm gonna go back and check that number, but I believe it's the median. What's broke? Would broke be well below that? $20,000, $30,000 below that? Is that broke? Right. So when you get into that, well, TK was trying to qualify it like, well, you should be at least able to take someone out. You should be able to buy them a drink. You should be able to take them to a movie. You can do all that on $65,000. If you're single, you don't have any children, depending on what city you live in, even if you live in an expensive city, you can afford to do that on $65,000. You might have roommates. So, if you forget about bringing them back to the house, you might have roommates, but, it depends on how you run your finances, right? What is broke? That's the question. What's broke? And to the vast majority of folks who are broke, by the way, their definition of broke is someone who's not driving a Mercedes or a BMW or a Lamborghini, a person who's not living in a big fancy house in a gated community, a person who's making less than six figures is broke to some people. And like I said, those people who will say those things are broke themselves. Like you're saying, you're demanding that your man makes $100,000. Your potential mate makes $100,000 or more a year. How much do you make? Well, I make $40,000 a year. But I'm pretty. I'm a female. I'm sexy, whatever. And I'm like, oh, you got a point there. But you're a brokey. You're a brokey, but it's okay for you to get someone who makes well more than you do. But it's not okay for a guy to get someone that makes well more than him. I mean, that's just, most women aren't going to be cool with that. And that's just the facts. You know what I mean? People say, well, that's just your anecdotal experience. Line up 100 women and ask them if they're okay with supporting their man, their significant other, for 20 years. Out of 100 women, how many of those women are going to say that's fine? Y'all let me know.
He goes through his things and opens the drawer in the bathroom, and he has a sex drawer. What is a sex drawer? When different women leave earrings or a ring or something, he just like throws them in a drawer. And when she opens it, he's like, oh, it's just like from random women that have been here and they've left little things. And why not just throw it away? I feel like that's so immature.
It's not immature to the guy, but at least hide it.
It's not immature to keep,
because it's not, they haven't moved in together yet.
No, let's say you're a single man. Why are you keeping a drawer full of earrings and rings?
Listen to what you said. Mm-hmm. He's single. He could do whatever he want to do.
Absolutely.
2 is his place.
So I'm asking you, what do you think about a man keeping a drawer where whenever a woman...
I think some men have memories. Like back in the day, I used to keep women panties.
I don't know if you should have admitted that.
No. Back in the day,
You said that out loud?
Yeah, because
How long back in the day?
I'm smooth. Like if I'm kicking it with you and I got you down, and I like when the girl lift up like that. Like you ever lift up?
First of all, you are 63 years old. Can you say woman?
What did I say?
Girl.
Okay, well, woman.
Here we go. You know what I mean? So she's saying that this woman was at this guy's house, in his home, in his bathroom, going through his things. She finds a drawer full of items that were left behind by women who came to this man's apartment, and we all know what time it is. That guy smashed them, right? So this is the drawer where he kept all of the left behinds from these women. Women do leave stuff behind. You know what I mean? Just want to let you know. You got women, you running the rotation, women will leave things behind. Why? They want other women to see the stuff. It's kind of a way of, guaranteeing or marking their territory or something like that. Dudes who run rotations are used to this, so they'll do a CSI sweep when the woman leaves. I can't tell you how many things I used to find in the house: bracelets, rings, earrings. I found a nipple ring once. This girl had this nipple thing. She took the bar out. I found that. Shoes. You will find stockings, like TK was saying. You will find underwear, socks, brushes. I found a hairbrush once. Once a woman left her toothbrush. Yeah, she came to the crib with a toothbrush. Y'all knew what time it was, right? She knew what she was doing. She came over with a toothbrush and tried to leave it at the house. All sorts of stuff. Normally it's a bracelet, a necklace, or earrings, something like that. You know what I mean? Normally it's something like that, a ring, a finger ring, a watch, stuff like that. I had a woman leave a shoe before, one of her shoes, not both shoes, but one. Again, it'd be bring bags. They know what they're going to do. They plan ahead, but they would leave it under the bed or something like that, leave it under some cover, right? It's leave behinds. They do it all the time. And what I would always do is, like, back in the day, I would call them because we didn't have text. I would call them and say, hey, you left your shoe over here. Hey, you left your earring over here. Hey, you left this, left that. And I try to get it back to them ASAP. Because I was in Cincinnati, it's a small town. Like I'm gonna see him soon. Like, well, look, I'm gonna be on your side of town tomorrow. I'll put it in the bag and I'll just drop it off to you while you at work. Something like that. I immediately found it, gave it back to her. Like, nope, we're not playing that game. And then TK gets into, like, I used to, it's like he used to keep underwear. There's not a woman who's gonna walk out of your house without her underwear on, right? And not know that her underwear is in your house. Right, he probably was like, go ahead and leave those for me, baby, or whatever, because TK was a player to the highest extent, right? Dude had 7 kids and a handful of baby mamas. He's a sought after dude. So they left that with him. He probably made a request, let me keep that, baby, or whatever, however he's going to say it. And she was like, okay, you so crazy. But she going to give you, these are leave behinds. This young woman right here don't understand how the game works. Back in the day, and look at her. She's like, you said that out loud. You want people to know that you're keeping trophies. That's so immature. I would say it's immature to be going through somebody's things. Why are you in my bathroom going through my stuff? And I've had females who tell me, like, well, that's just something that women do. I mean, they'll look in your medicine closet. They want to make sure you ain't got anything. They'll, you know what I'm saying? Like, as far as STDs or whatever, SDIs, whatever they call them now. They want to try to get a feel for you and stuff like that. It's harmless. I mean, it's not harmless, man. That sounds childish. I don't go through a woman's things while she's not there. What? It just shows how different men and women think. So she's going through his stuff. She finds this drawer, and that's supposed to somehow be some sort of red flag. Nah, that's not a red flag. If it's a red flag that he has that drawer, it's a red flag for a male perspective that she discovered that she went through my stuff. That's a red flag. This dude doesn't have any plates, china, whatever. He has all plasticware. I bet you this guy's an attractive dude. I bet you this guy's like over 6 feet, really in shape. I bet you this dude is a Chad or a Tyrone. Guaranteed. And I bet you that would not stop. Well, obviously, it hasn't stopped women from wanting to come over there, get smashed, and then leave something behind. And she's like, well, why don't you just throw it away? Because he doesn't want to. What did TK say, man? He's a grown man, and that is his house. That is his space. He can do what he wants to do. And this woman is sitting there like, well, that's just childish. Guess what? Women tend to want to go after men that other women want. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Brother Pitney, women will leave their underwear at your house on purpose if you play your cards right. Yeah, you're going to leave something behind, bro. Like I said, the last time I dealt with something like that, I've only dealt with that once since I've been in Florida. I've only really had one. I've only had 2 women over in my space since I've been in Florida, and that's over 3 years. The first woman left a bracelet, and the second one left some keys. Right. So in the 3 years, in the 4 years I've been here, right? 4 years I've been here, I've had 2 women come by because, again, I normally don't bring women to the house. I take them to a hotel or take a trip or go to their place. I don't like to bring them back here. I take that back. I've had 3 women here. The third woman didn't leave anything. She only came over one time. But the other 2 both left something. One left the bracelet and the other left the keys. And it is, women tend to want to leave stuff, man. And I don't think it's a matter of just being absent-minded or whatever. I think it's, it's a reason to have to come back. Oh, did I leave my keys over? I can come get them. It's a reason to have to come back. Oh, is my bracelet there? Can I come get it? And again, back in the day especially back in Cincinnati, when I was at my peak, I was broke. Didn't matter. That's when I had the most women. I was hard working, but I was making nowhere. What was I making? I may have been making $25,000, maybe $28,000 a year, just back in the 90s, the mid to late 90s. But whenever they would leave something, I would take it to them. The next, where you at? I'm gonna bring this to you right now. I didn't play that at all. But yeah, women would definitely leave stuff behind. There's a comic at Ty Barnett has a bit. Ooh, I'm gonna have to remind Ty of this bit. Ty Barnett has a bit about leaving stuff behind. I'm not gonna say it, but next time we get Ty on the show, I'll remind him and he'll say it. It's a funny bit. It's a funny line.
But now you're trying to tell me I'm speaking. That's what the Lord told me to say.
Don't bring the Lord is Lord.
It came.
I am your humble servant and talking to you
but
right now.
I like the way. Listen to me.
All
but I do like you hold people accountable. I do like that you should say certain things. But
let's go back to this. Why
woman,
you were holding on to people's panties?
It was just like a trophy thing for me. I used to. Men have certain things that
serial
we like.
killers do that. You ever watch those Netflix documentaries?
Yeah, you watch.
Serial killers?
See, that's the problem. You watch too many documentaries.
Thank God that I do, so I can. Those are all like hints. They really keep trophies.
You have allowed TV to mold.
This is not TV. This is real life.
Yeah, no. What you saying?
Ted Bundy was real.
Yeah, what you're saying is true. But Ted Bundy was in the 70s. So you know who killers are, though. But that happened in the 70s.
He was extremely handsome.
He was horrible.
So I'm not saying that you're a serial killer or anything for now. But what was just the trophy?
Yeah, that was
just to remember it.
Yeah,
not the memory in your brain wasn't enough.
No. Even though I could keep those too, but I don't do it now. But it was years ago. I mean,
okay.
And then she is on some level trying to make it sound as if he stole these items. No, he said, give me them drawers, girl. And she was like, here you go. They were a gift. He kept them because he wanted to. It was a gift. Trophy, call it what you want to call it. Some people do that. Some people do that. And then the whole part, like she's telling him how to say, you said that out loud. And he was like, well, God told me to say it. And she's sitting there talking about, don't be putting God's name in. I'm just a humble servant. She is not. Let me say this properly. Because y'all know I'm a heathen. I'm going to tell you up front. I know the stories and I know the word. And I'm here to tell you the vast majority of people out there who claim to be religious are not of God. she wouldn't take a blessing from God because she would not be able to hear it. She doesn't have the wisdom to accept it, in my opinion. Like, say what you want about God or whatever God or gods you believe in, but they work in mysterious ways. How does she know that God put TK Kirkland right there next to her to help her out in a time where she needs the wisdom the most? You need the wisdom from a worldly person. I'm gonna put the wisdom right here. And she's not listening. Pay attention to this interview. She's not listening. She's hearing him, but she's not taking it in. She's hearing him, right? Because she's like, well, he had this drawer. Man, what did TK say? That's his house. Well, why didn't he just throw those things away, those women left behind? Because he didn't want to. But not one time during this entire interview did she make a comment on this woman going through this man's stuff. Not one time. I would say that she's not going to comment on it because maybe this is one of her common practices. Well, I'm going to go into his bathroom. I'm going to look through his things. While I'm in his bedroom, I'm going to look through his drawers. Like, word? Maybe that's one of her common practices and she doesn't want it out there. And D Mac is like, yeah, bring back memories, bro. Hey, real talk. Real talk. Some dudes take trophies. I've had women want to leave stuff behind, bro, especially if they dig you. If they dig you, they want to leave stuff behind. I've been with women who came over and all they wanted was a smash. They was in a situation or had a husband or a long-term relationship or whatever. They never left anything. Why? Because they know they was wrong. They kept all of their stuff. They made sure that no one else knew. They made sure. I'm sitting here thinking, I was like, wait, I've had four people. I've had four. You know what I mean? So forgive me for that. I've had four people here, basically one a year. And I'm not, and now I'm not even like moving forward. We going to the telly, but I've been with women who did not want to leave any evidence behind. They made sure they took everything with them. Those women didn't bring much with them. They didn't walk in with bags. They didn't walk in with extra stuff. They would leave their jackets in their own car. They would leave their keys. They would take their keys apart and they would only keep the car key and they would leave all the rest of the keys in the car, right? They would made sure that they didn't have any leave behinds. They came in there with what they left with what they came in there with. There were women out there like that. Women know how to move in the sexual marketplace. Women know how to move out here in these trenches. I keep trying to tell dudes, y'all got to get y'all game up. This is what Myron Gaines means when he says you're going into combat with a butter knife and you're facing a bazooka. Guys need to be gamed up because these women certainly are. Right? And it all plays into this. And TK is going to be talking about the game of life. You guys know I talk about the game of life all the time. I am the single one. Women don't want wisdom. Ooh, they want the man of their dreams to be real. Wow. Ooh, sis, that's profound right there. Women don't want wisdom. They just want you to get with the program. They just want you to get with their program. Just be the guy I need you to be. Ooh. All right, I'm with you on that.
That was my thing.
Well, I think that the whole paper plate thing on Love Is Blind, I think as a woman,
it could be a turn off.
Absolutely. She's a woman that owned her home, has a 3-story home, has a very successful business. To me, paper plates represent the potential inability for you to be able to give me the lifestyle that I already have.
Here's the question that I want to ask you on that situation. How did she respond?
Oh, she clowned him.
But she stayed though, right?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the other episodes.
Okay, I guarantee you she stayed. I guarantee she didn't leave.
I guarantee you she did.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
You want to put some money on it?
Absolutely.
$1. Okay.
The episodes come out October 6th. I'll let you know.
Let me know, and I'll give you my cash app.
All right.
I guarantee you she stayed. I want my $1.
Let's do 50.
No. Okay, I'll do 50.
50?
Yeah, I can do 50.
That they didn't get married.
I don't know.
That wasn't a bet. He said, I bet you $1 she stayed. And what does he mean by that? Little shorty stayed and smashed. Now, she might not have done that for the show, because she knows the world is watching. But in real life, in this situation, little shorty would still smash. But she would disqualify the guy as her life partner. She's gonna move on, but she gonna get that magic stick though before she go. I'm telling you, I believe this dude is probably a Chad, man, or a Tyrone, like the dudes together. So she's like, I'm here, I'm gonna get this. I clowned you, look at this drawer, da. She probably took something and put it in there. Maybe she took some press-on nails off and threw them in that drawer. She left some behind too. It's a game. That's what TK is talking about. That's the wisdom of a dude who's been in the streets. That's what they're gonna tell you now. This is a TV show. Right? This is a TV show. So it's possible that TK will lose this bet only because the woman's not gonna smash him for the world to see. You know, you still gotta maintain a certain amount of respect for yourself. You don't want to go, I smashed this dude. And then I just pumped and dumped him. That's not a good look for women. Although today's society is trying to push that that's okay. They're trying to push that that's okay, but it's not really catching on, right? You know, you bump into women, you're never gonna have a woman brag about her body count or how many men she's been with sexually. She's not gonna brag about a high body count. Whereas a man, if a man comes in there like I have a body count of 100 or 1,000. Dudes, that's the dude. Why you got that many? If especially like it could be proven in the sense that you're out there, you're smashing, you're getting what you want. People see you move like, okay, yeah, dude probably do have 1,000. Man, that guy know what he's doing, man. He done snatch one out of here tonight. Wow. You know what I mean? But for a woman, yeah, I got 1,000. I slept with 1,000 men. Ooh, 304. Ugh, skank. Ugh. Whore. Right? That's what they're gonna say. It's just the stigma attached to a woman who has a high body count is not the same as the accolades attached to a man with a high body count. Double standard, I know. Terrible, I know, but that is just the way the game is played.
Not that they got married, that she stayed, like she didn't leave.
Well, they're about to get married in 8 weeks. The whole point of the show is like, do they end up getting married?
Oh, no, I don't think she'll marry him. I'm just
Okay.
talking about the dinner thing. Like she stayed to have dinner. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, he wasn't cooking her dinner. I switched the scenario because
so
they had already been through the pods and on
Okay,
vacation.
okay.
So when she walked in,
If
she
she's
saw that. She
mature,
was
what
like,
you're
"Ew."
saying, and she got her own place,
She has her own place. It's
White or
sex for
black?
business. White. Her father's a millionaire. She comes from a very affluent family.
Now look at this sister right now. Look at her face, man. She's like really like, yo, she's a boss, babe. She has her own place. She's making big money. She comes from a wealthy family. Her dad's a millionaire. You know, man, she has it together. And what did she say just a little bit earlier? She was like, I can't, she can't be with a dude that basically is not able to sustain her current lifestyle, right? And you could probably add on to that and or make it better. You hear this all the time. If you fall down a red pill rabbit hole, you hear this all the time. Women date on their level or up. Most women do not date down, but men do. The guys that they are competing for, because women are like, well, I have all these accolades. I've built my own business. I make my own money. I'm a single mom, like this woman is right here. She's going to get into that now. I take care of this. I do all these things. I have education, all these things. All these things, if you were a man, will put you in the top tier. But top tier men are not looking for these things in a mate, right? So this woman is an alpha, 100% alpha. You could put her picture down with TK. You could put her picture on a table with a bunch of other top tier alpha dudes, and then put a bunch of pictures of a bunch of beta dudes on the table. Get a 9-year-old who knows all the people, all the grown-ups. They know all the grown-ups, and they know that personalities, all the grown-ups, and tell that kid, I need you to separate these pictures into 2 piles. I need a pile of the alphas, and I need a pile of the betas. And you have to switch that up because the kid might not understand it. You have to say, I need a pile of the strong people, and I need a pile of the weak people. And that kid will divvy it up. Old girl's picture will be in the pile with the alphas. even a child would know that. A child to know you got to be kids that the people involved will have to be known to the child if you were to try this experiment. But kids know how to match things up that are similar. I need you to put all the people who are like this in one pile and who are like that in another pile. And this woman will wind up in the alpha pile. Now, here's her problem. Opposites attracts, not the same. A dude does not want to deal with an alpha boss babe after he done went out there and created a dent in the universe. He went out there on Monday and made $100 million. He comes home Monday night. He does not want to deal with an alpha woman because he's an alpha man. He is going to want to come home to the opposite for the most part. He's going to want to come home to the opposite. It's yin and yang. And a lot of these boss babes don't understand and or willing to accept that simple truth. Women like this right here, if they don't compromise and compromise in a big way, they'll wind up single.
He wasn't rich always.
I would be shocked if she stayed, but no, she don't stay.
She don't stay.
No, she don't.
There's
stay.
no way she stays.
No,
I just feel like that shows you that shows me the inability of you being able to give me the lifestyle that I already provide for myself.
Yes, but here's my next question: why, with her being successful, she's on that show?
Because I will say, the more successful you are as a woman, it is harder to date. It's harder to date without having to find a stay-at-home dad or a man that want to be taken care of. These men nowadays, they are sassy. Okay.
They do want to be taken care of.
Sassy. They're like, take care of me. And I'm
totally
like,
agree.
where?
When I go on social media and I represent women like you. I talk how
I represent us. You don't represent us.
Let me finish my conversation. Thank you, darling. I represent a woman, what kind of man she should look for.
Okay.
And the flack I get from guys because they think that I'm crazy, but they really think the way you're saying. They want to be taken care of.
And I have no problem providing certain things.
Right.
I have no.
All right. Men want to be taken care of today. Let me go back to that thing I said about Xerxes. Men are made of girl parts and women are made of boy parts. Here's your second dose of red pill, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're dealing with the generations of men who've been raised by women. These dudes are more, they move like women. I'm not saying that they're attracted to men. I'm not saying that they're, LGBTQ and all that. I'm just saying they were raised without a male influence, so they don't know the way of a man, let alone a superior man. These dudes are out here now. They're top tier. Mom is still helping them, even in their 20s and 30s. Moms are still sending them money, co-signing, buying them stuff, put them in the house, helping them out. These dudes are like, well, I'm being sought after by all these women. Of course she's going to take care of me. Of course. I deserve this or that. Some of these dudes are moving the same way women move. So the stuff that she wants, I want a man who's going to provide and this and that and da-da-da. He's like, well, I want a woman who's going to provide and this and that and da-da-da-da. Right? So here you go. Men are made of women parts and women are made of men parts. That's what's going on right now. This young woman right here, super alpha. Super alpha. And she's competing with the same women who are super feminine for that dude. She's going to lose out 100% of the time to the feminine woman. 100% of the time. Now, she's going to get smashed. If the dude wants to smash, because she's going to throw her body, she's going to throw that Foxy Brown as a last-ditch effort. Well, at least, I got him to smash me, so I'm one step closer. Now I got to do this. Now, maybe I could come cook for him on a certain day. How you going to come cook for this dude and support this dude when you got your own business to run, when you got your own kingdom to tend to? You can't. You can't. So as an alpha, you're looking for someone who's going to add value and help you build your kingdom. That's what he's looking for. He's not looking for a merger with another, with another alpha, he's not looking for that. Because he's going to have to fight with you every step of the way. He's not looking for that. And this is why it's so tough for alpha women to meet the kind of guys that they want, because the guys that they want are limited, right? What did Forrest Gump say? There just aren't enough rocks. There just aren't enough of these men to go around. And you're competing with a bunch of women. This is where we are. I mean, D-Mac, appreciate that. Like 1,000% correct, man. Appreciate that, man. Like, I am the single one. She was like single, compromising on what really matters to you. And you got this woman right here. What really matters to her, man? She wants that lifestyle, man. She wants to be a power couple. She wants that dude, that's the top tier 0.01% guy, 0.001% guy. Like, I deserve that. Look how hard I've worked. Look what I have. I've done all this stuff. She's gonna go into her resume here in a little bit. And at some point in the interview, she goes into her resume saying I did all these things. Like, that's gonna help me. I think she did it earlier in this. So far, she did it, and that's gonna help you get this top tier guy. It is not. Dude.
No problem with that.
Yes.
But I'm not taking care of you, and I'm not going to fix your fuck ups.
Yes,
there's a child in here.
I totally agree.
I'm not gonna fix your mistakes. I'm not gonna, because if you don't listen to me, also, we all have weaknesses and strengths.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I know my strength is
and
business.
How would you better a person if you was dating them?
Oh,
like
man.
If they had certain things and you like that, you gotta like that person.
I gotta like
but you really like that person. How would you better that person's life?
I would make sure that if my strengths are their weaknesses, I can implement that. So if your weakness is growing a business, I will go ahead, and what I do for my clients, I'll do for you.
Okay, I respect
that. And I'll look at what you got going on and say, hey, maybe let's try this strategy instead.
Okay.
Let's do whatever. That. But it takes a very secure man to let me lead in that way, because they might feel like, oh, this is a woman telling me what to do in business. Most women are the heads of all these businesses that you see. Some of the most successful men that I've known have women all over their team.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Like, if you show me your business and there's not a woman in a position of power, where are you going?
Yeah, I totally agree. That's
and therein lies the problem. That's the problem right there. She's saying this woman right here is saying that she is 100% alpha. I don't know if she's speaking for all women. 100% alpha. She's 100% alpha. She said, I'm not taking care of you. She's not helping you. I'm not going to take care of you. I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to show you the way. You must be already built. You must be an IKEA dude. She's at the finish line, waiting for the winner to cross the finish line. But here's the thing. Men take care of women all the time. Men help women grow all the time. Right? That's what it is. Millionaire dudes go into Burger King's drive-thru to get themselves a bottle of water or something and see a beautiful woman working fries. He'll go in there and take her up out of there, man. Men elevate women all the time. Top tier men do it all the time. All the time. What else did she say? Right? She must lead. She must lead. You gotta listen to me. Did you hear what she just said? You gotta listen to me. And she went on to say, like, powerful men always have these strong women on their team. Yeah, but that powerful guy he's in command. They work for him. They're there to follow his lead. Those same powerful women she's talking about will go home to their dude if they have one and refuse to be submissive. She refuse to work and help her man, but she'll go to work for a man and be as submissive as she has to be to get that money. This is the kind of stuff that people talk about all the time. It is what it is. Don't hate the messenger, bro. Don't hate the player, hate the game. This is why so many women are single and the number continues to grow. Women are becoming extremely successful and they're independent. Independent of what? Men. Shout out to Rollo Tomas. He talks about it all the time. She just said right there, bro, she must lead. How you going to get a top tier man? How you going to get a 1%er and lead him? You think he's going to come home? He's out here trying to conquer the world. He's going to come home and turn everything over to you so you can tell him what to do? That guy who spent his whole life building his legacy, building his kingdom, he's going to come home to you and you going to tell him what to do. He's going to come home and be in your frame? Nah, not at that level. That's not going to happen, my dear. Now, can you find a guy to do that? Yes, you can. Bottom 80 dude to do that all day long. But what does she say? I'm not taking care of any dude. She doesn't want to be the breadwinner, but she wants to be alpha. To be alpha means that you're going to be the breadwinner. To be alpha means you're going to have to take care of this man and your family for the next 20, 25, 30 years. That's what being alpha means. Being alpha means you're going to marry him. He's going to leave his career to support you and y'all family. And if he decides 7 to 10 years down the road that he wants to walk away from you, he's going to take you to court and you're going to have to pay him alimony. He's definitely going to get the kids. You're going to have to pay him child support. You're going to have to pay for both attorneys. He's going to get half of all the assets. This is what comes with being alpha in America. This is what comes with it. Brother Castle Germs in the building. What's good, Marine? This is what comes with it.
That's true.
You agree with me?
I agree with you.
Yeah, if there's no woman in your business, you're going straight down.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that is what that brought to me. It reminded me of the fact that I can't just date anyone.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you have to be able to provide to me at least somewhat of the lifestyle that I already provide for myself.
I agree. Which is kind of hard.
I can't just date anyone. What is she looking for? Someone on her level or above. You have to be able to at least meet me where I am or be above me. I just can't date anyone. But her male counterpart, right? Because this woman is an alpha. Shout out to her, man. I ain't mad, man. She's an alpha. Shout out to her. She's an alpha. Her alpha counterpart, like her man, you know, the alpha dude standing next to her, he will date down. He got no problem doing that. He wants a young, beautiful woman who adds value to what he's doing, who listens to him, right? Who's going to have his children, who's going to stay home and protect, you know, she's going to take care of the home and the kids, and he's going to protect the home, and he's going to protect the family, and he's going to provide resources, right? And she's going to hold dinner parties, and she's going to look beautiful and charming and do her thing, and she's going to be happy that she got this guy, right? That's her alpha counterpart. That man, that alpha man is in that same tough competitive world. She's an alpha, he's an alpha. He's going to date down all day long. He can date down. He can go get whatever he wants. She cannot. Hypergamy has her in a place where she said it. I can't just date anyone. I can't date down. I must get somebody at my level. I really want somebody on a level higher than me. I want somebody superior to me. I can't date down. So if she's making $300,000 a year, she's not going to date a guy who makes $100,000 a year, even though he's in like the top 8% of all male earners. Even though he's in the top 8%. And I made that number up. It's a single digit number, guys. Right? Only 14, 50% of all Americans make $100,000 or more. So, and then when you correct for married men, gay men, and women and all the rest of it, you're going to be left with a single digit number. I think it might be 8, it might be lower, but it's a single digit. This guy is in the single digit percentile of earners in America. And because he makes less than she does, she's not going to mess with him. Now, there are women out there who are making 6 figures. Right? Let's say there's a woman out there making $180,000 a year, and she's dating a guy who's making $110,000 a year. That'll work. I mean, that's within a bubble. Technically, she's dating down. I get that. But for the most part, and even that situation might not work, because when she comes across a dude who's making $200,000 a year, she might jump to that guy. She might jump. right? So it's one of those things, man. It is not sustainable for alpha boss babe chicks in today's sexual marketplace out here in the trenches. It's not sustainable for them. And this is what they're talking about. We can't get a man. We can't find the man we want. And that's the part they never put on there. I come across so many women in my travels, so many successful, young, beautiful women in my travels. And they're like, man, we can't find any dudes, can't find any good dudes. I'm like, no. You can't find a dude that you want. And the dude that you want is not available. Right? What did Forrest Gump say? Sometimes there just aren't enough rocks. Right? There are not enough of these top tier men to go around. And now women are getting educated. They're completing college in higher numbers than men. They're hitting the workforce and earning more than their male counterparts. And what are they doing? They're going after older men. They're seeking men who make even more than they do. So you come out of college and you manage to get yourself into a good situation, and you're making $115,000, $120,000 a year. Right? So like 85% of the available men in America or on the planet are already disqualified. Right? Already disqualified. We're looking at 15% left. Of the 15% left, all the women with degrees, with letters behind their name, all the women who are obese, all the women who are a little overweight, few extra pounds, all the women who are fit, all the women who've gone to college, all the women who not gone to college, they've just completed high school, all of the Instagram girls, right? All of the women out, the vast majority of women are going for the same 15 percentile of men. This is why they're having such a hard time finding the guy that they want. They can find dudes all day long. There's guys there. I mean, there are legions of men in their friend zone. Legions. Even this woman right here, she started to show off by saying, I had a date with a guy. He canceled on me. So I brought another guy with me. I got another guy to come with me. The other guy agreed to drive from Orlando. They are in Orlando. To drive from Orlando to Tampa. Just a friend, though. He ain't getting none. I just don't want to go by myself. So I just told him to come. I already got the tickets. So there is no way on God's green earth I will spend time with a woman with the alpha boss babe mentality. Not trying to smash or anything. Like, there's no way. Absolutely no way. I will treat her the same way I treat my fellow dudes, my fellow alphas out there. You know what I'm saying? The top tier guys. I'm gonna treat them the way I'll treat her the way that I treat them. She's just one of the dudes. She's one of the fellas. What's up? Hey, we finna hit scores. You want to come? We finna do this. You want to come? I'm using her as a tool. I'm gonna use her to bring more women to the table, right? Because she masculine, she alpha. She gonna draw. Women gonna be drawn to that. Alpha's alpha, right? Hey man, yo, I'm like, yo, shorty, go get them to come on over here. Yo, shorty, it's your turn to buy the bottle. I bought the bottle last night. You buying this bottle? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. That's where she has worked her way to. She's in this situation. She can't get out of it. Just can't get out of it. Miss AKA ladies in the building. What's good, sis? If you can't figure out how to provide for yourself, would I trust your direction? How are you a leader but can't pay for your own life? There ain't no building after 40. Get it together. LOL. Facts. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with going after whatever you want to go after. I'm not throwing shade towards women who are out here, the alpha women. I'm not throwing shade at all. I just want you to look at the math. Because to your point, sis, as a man, I don't need a woman who can provide for herself. I really don't. If I just want I just want a beautiful, youthful woman who adds value to what I'm doing. She don't have to worry about anything else. I'm taking care of that. As a guy as a dude who has an alpha mentality, yeah, I'm alpha, I'm airborne, man. You can't be a beta and be airborne, although some have tried, right? I'm a hard charger. If I find a woman who's there to support what I'm doing, she is within my frame, so to speak. And it's like, yeah, bet she doesn't have to have a whole lot. Jump on board, babe. Right. But there are a lot of dudes who can't do that. If she's making $300,000 a year, I mean, I'm retired. I'm not, I'm not in that financial spectrum. I'm not there. And that'll be enough. So, like I said, I fall into the 85% of men today. Like now, I'm retired. I fall into the 85% of men who make under $100,000 a year. I'm retired. So these alpha women wouldn't consider me at all. They're not considering me. And then you look at your assets, look at your holdings, look at this, look at that. It never gets that far. I mean, they pretty much stop at your income. Your income versus your lifestyle, what you doing? They stop there. All right, you ain't making enough. Because in every man, like, well, I'm gonna have to take care of him. If I want him to come to France, I'm gonna have to pay for him to come to France. If I want him to come to London, I'm gonna have to pay for him to come to London. If I want him to join me in Tokyo, I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to pay for him to come there. And once there, I'm probably gonna have to pay for every other meal because he has a child, he has stuff going on. He's not gonna be able to afford. We're going out for a nice steak meal, or we're gonna get some Kobe beef and a nice steak meal. One of the most expensive meals I've ever had was in Japan. So if she really wants to eat there, she's gonna have to pay for it. And that's taking care of the dude. They're not gonna want to do that. They're not gonna want to do that. They want to be alpha, but they still want dudes to pay them, take them out on experiences. Take me to the places I believe or I feel we should be at. I want you to take me to, Fig and Olive. I want you to take me to Sexy Fish. I want you to take me to STK and pay for all this stuff. I want you to get the VIP package to go see J. Cole or Drake or, Dave Chappelle. I want you to take me to these and pay for it. I want you to fly me to Dallas so we can watch the Cowboys lose to the Cincinnati Bengals because they would lose, y'all. I'm just letting you know. I want you to do all that. That's 85% of Americans, 85% of the available men out there cannot afford to do that, especially on a regular basis. Brother Casual Germs at Miss AKA ladies, like I agree. I know way too many men over the age of 40 and all they can talk about is chasing women. It's kind of pathetic. Hey, bro, you know how it is, Marine. If that's what they want to do, that's their mission, man, more power to them. If you want to get out here and spin plates, if you want to get out here and chase women, if the only thing you want to do is get this Foxy Brown, you're 40 years old and you can pull it off, pull it off. If you're a dude who has game and you're making the average amount of money that Americans make, around $65,000 a year, you're living someplace in the, flyover country or something like that, that's easy to pull off. That's easy to pull off. If you're a dude who's making six figures or more, that's just more women you can draw into your funnel. That's more women you're gonna smash. Man, if that's what you want to do it. I'm not mad at all. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm not mad at all. If that's what they want to do. Brother D-Mac, the problem is that a lot of these women don't qualify for the men they think they should have. Exactly. There it is right there. And if you tell them that, you're being toxic. How dare you tell me the truth? How dare you? Like, baby, you just don't qualify. I'm sorry, you're just not fine enough, or you're not young enough, or you already have a child or two or children. You know what I mean? Or the guy like, you know what I mean? I don't like your attitude. You're too much like me. You don't know how to sit and, you just can't sit in your femininity and be quiet. When you're going after a dude who gets to choose, he is choosy. Now, would he smash you? Absolutely. Absolutely. He'll go ahead and bend you over, no problem. No problem at all. You can get this. But can you keep that guy interested in you after y'all have sex? Nope. More than likely, no. Brother Pitney, successful women need to understand that they're pricing themselves out of the market. The more they achieve, the slimmer the pickings get. I mean, that's a fact. And here's the thing. And I agree with you wholeheartedly, bro. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. And here's the thing. Ladies, you can be as successful as you want. You can make as much money as you want. That's not a problem. But that does not make you sexier to men, especially the men that you're trying to get. These are fresh and fit talking points, ladies and gentlemen. This is the stuff that people don't clip. This is the stuff that people don't turn into, shorts. This is where Rollo Tomassi talks about, Michael Sertain talks about, Rich Cooper talks about. Hey, man, it's just the facts. Just the facts, man. Forrest Gump said it, man. There just aren't enough rocks. And simply because you're making money, simply because you have clout, simply because you've built yourself up to this point, all you are doing, if you apply hypergamy to the situation, all you are doing is pricing yourself out of the market, just like Brother Pitney said. Just like the Passport Bros, they priced themselves right out of the Colombian market. Passport Bros go down there, now they're complaining. Man, it costs all this money to talk to these girls. Yeah, because y'all screwed up. Y'all went down there and you messed up. You took that game, you took that market, and you put it on the US dollar. Now, if you go down there to see some woman who is absolutely beautiful, she's like way out of your league, and she's looking at you, even though you got a little bit of money because you're American, she finds you disgusting. If you want to spend time with her, it's going to cost you $300, $400, $500, $600 American dollars. As opposed to charging you, it might have cost you, 200,000 pesos 6 or 7 years ago. But y'all went down there game goofy and messed it up. And I'm not saying that women are game goofy. I'm just saying that this hypergamy, which, some say this is just how women are wired, just like men have this urge to be with as many women as they possibly can. They say that men are wired that way. Genetically, they say that women are wired to want to get resources and security from men. I don't have enough on that to make a comment either way, but I can tell you this young woman right here, she just said it. I ain't taking care of no dude. I ain't helping no dude. And she must leave. That's what she said. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what she said. Let's continue.
Hard now.
It's very hard.
It's kind of hard. And that's what I tell women and even yourself. The more successful you go up, the window of who you're trying to meet is going to be low because you're not going to really find nobody on your level.
What I want from a man.
So now can you make a man an asset? Can you
Absolutely. I already built one before.
Who doesn't have much, but he has great character.
Yes.
He's a good person.
Mm-hmm.
Would you, because he doesn't have the money now.
Mm-hmm.
He's just
money comes and goes.
Yeah, he's gonna bust his butt to do what he's doing.
Absolutely.
But you really like that guy.
Yes.
Would you
absolutely
make him an asset?
Well, okay. It depends where today, like he's broke.
I'm just saying he's doing enough to what he's doing, but you like him, babe. You really like this guy. You don't really care what he has.
Let's say that there was someone that had it all and maybe put something in the stock market and lost it and has to rebuild it back up.
That's a fairy tale story. I want to go with more.
Give me a scenario.
I'm
What's
talking
the real?
about he's just works.
And he's
a
how
9
old?
to 5 guy.
Oh, 9 to 5. I got no problem.
He's 30-something years old. He has paper plates.
Nah, not doing it.
You're not doing it.
Mm-mm.
Okay. But you really like him.
What do I like about him?
Now watch this now. He has paper plates.
I like people's
watch
mentality.
what I'm doing. He has paper plates, but you like his mind. He has.
It won't happen.
He doesn't have a great job, but you like him compared to a guy who got it going on, but he doesn't stimulate your mind, but he doesn't turn you on either. Now you got a choice. Which one you choosing?
Well, here's the reality of that.
This is my story.
I hear you.
Which one you choosing? A person that has money, but he doesn't turn you on.
I need someone to stimulate my mind. So I'm not a very sexual person, like physically. I need someone to stimulate my mind. And someone who stimulates my mind is not a broke nigga.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I need someone to stimulate my mind. She said, I'm not a sexual person. You want to talk about the biggest red flag, the biggest strike that she has against her right now? She just said, I'm not a sexual person. What does that mean? She ain't getting it on sexually. Remember earlier in the show, Brother TK asked her how you seduce men, and she just kind of blew it off and talking about, I just start dancing goofy and the guys just come. She's not even trying to have sex. This is the dude. This is the dude right here. She is the dude. She's telling you right now, I'm gonna phone it in. I'm a starfish. I ain't really trying to have sex like that. I need you to stimulate my mind. We're gonna go out here and make money. You're gonna listen to what I say. You're gonna do what I tell you to do. You're gonna wear what I tell you to wear. You're gonna be here smiling. You're gonna make me look good on the red carpet. Sounds like a dude. Sounds like one of those top tier toxic type dudes, right? This type of attitude on a female in America is going to have you single. Brother Donnie's in the building. What's good, man? Texas. Most women want to be submissive to their man. If a woman needs to be alpha in the relationship, she does not respect that man enough to trust his judgment. There might be something there, brother. Miss AK, A-Lady says something about being a difference. Here it is. There's a whole middle ground between a broke dude and a millionaire. True. There are plenty of men who are not rich but are financially responsible. Those are solid men, but y'all call them bottom 80 because they are. They are, because they are overlooked by the vast majority of women. I agree with you 100%. There are dudes out there like that, right? And there are some women who are wise enough to go after those dudes. Maybe not right away, but eventually they start looking for those dudes. If she is making $90,000, right? And she comes across a dude who's making $60,000, but he's really good with his money. He has property. He has 401k. He's not out there doing all the flashy stuff, right? I am a single one. You're right, bro. Fig and olive. That's the jam, though. Hey, ain't no joke. Ain't no joke at all. He's not going to Fig and Olive, though. He can't afford to go to Fig and Olive except maybe once a year. He can't afford to go to Mr. Childs. He can't afford to go to Ocean's Prime. He can't afford to go to fill in the blank. Right? He can only afford to do that. He gets splurged maybe once a year. He can kind of do that. Like, hey, he's living someplace, like he's living in the suburbs of Cincinnati, or like maybe he's like living in Kentucky or Indiana, where things aren't that expensive. He's living a really good life, a simple life, but a good life. That woman making $80,000 will overlook this man. That's just the game, love. Now, if you're a woman who's like, I'm cool with that, and I'm willing to move to Indiana or Kentucky or Ohio, wherever this dude is, you know what I mean? Idaho, Wyoming, I'm cool with that life. And he has land, right? The man owns acreage. And say he's a farmer. He's been doing his money right. It's set up good. It's a good life. There's not a lot of women who go flocking to dude that are making six figures or more. It's just not a thing. They're not going to do it. This dude can't afford a Birkin bag. Speaking of Birkin and Hermes, my cousin just sent me her latest bag. You know what I mean? With the Thule, I call it a scarf. It's a little scarf. If she's watching this now, she would jump in the chat just because I call her Thule a scarf. It's a baby scarf. She hates it when I say it. But this is like an accessory for these Hermes bags. Maybe y'all ladies know, maybe y'all don't know. I know because my people tells me. But there's no way on God's green earth a woman who's walking around with a collection of, Birkins, Hermes bags with Thules, with matching Thules, is gonna go on some dude's farm who's making, $50,000, $60,000 a year, but he has solid investments. Yes, love. There is a big difference there's a lot of middle ground between a millionaire and a broke dude. Yes, ma'am. There is a lot. But the guy that we're talking about, the solid dude's been good with his finance. He's financially responsible. He's been putting his money away and building wealth the way it's supposed to be built. He has holdings. He has assets. That guy, he's in the bottom 80. I hate to put it to you like that, love, but he is in the bottom 80. D-Mac agrees. Sisters don't want that dude. They think they qualify for much more, and I must agree with him. That is just it. I'm not saying that this is how it should be. I'm not, throwing shade or shaming those women who going after what they're going after. I'm simply reporting the situation on the ground. Just call me Sergeant Major Saint on this one. I'm not Uncle Saint for this one. I'm Sergeant Major Saint. I am reporting to you the situation on the ground. This is what's going on right now. That's all I'm doing. You're in command. You are the general, ma'am. And I'm letting you know that your current battle plan is failing. Why is it failing, Sergeant Major? Well, ma'am, there just aren't enough rocks. Shout out to Forrest Gump. What you are trying to do is not going to work in the way that you are trying to implement it. Simply put, point blank, period, done. This battle plan is doomed to fail. You're going to have to concede at some point. You're going to have to settle into Brother D Mac's point. It's not even settling. You're at a point now where women who match up with a man who's at her level in the sexual marketplace. And I know, sister, I am the single one. She hates it when I talk about this, but her sexual market value and his sexual market value, let's say they're both 7s. They match up 7s across the board, 7, 7, 7. Financially, physically, like attractiveness and stuff like that. Personality wise, they all match up. If a woman gets with a guy that's a 7, she's like, in her mind, most of these women, they feel they are settling. That's the problem. They feel that they had to settle for a guy that's at their level. That's the problem. That's what Brother D Mac is talking about right now. Miss AKA lady, she's like, yo, I know plenty of women who would gladly partner with the man who is financially responsible and treats her well. I know plenty of women who won't. I see them all the time. Y'all know I'm in the trenches. I'm the Sergeant Major that's out there. I'm that Sergeant Major standing right behind you on the battlefield. I got my 45 out. I'm not Sergeant Major. Sis, I'm here to tell you, for every woman that would gladly settle with that type of dude, I know 5 women who won't. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Don't kill me. I'm just the messenger there. I'm just letting you know what's going on. I'm just letting you know what's going on. When I come across women, especially women who are more mature and wise and has been around, they know what time it is. And these women talk about, I can't find a good man, ain't no good man out here. I just shake my head because she is completely overlooking the dudes in her friend zone and the bottom 80, which is one and the same. Completely overlooking it. You can't find a good dude, he's right there. Give me your phone. I'll find him. You can't find a good dude, sis? That's what I be saying to these women. What you mean, love? You can't find a good dude? Give me your phone. Here you go right here. Here you go. I found him. He's in your DM. Here you go right here. This guy been texting you every day for the past 5 years. He's right here. Here you go. There you go right there. It's a good guy. Oh, that's just my friend. That's just my friend. It ain't like that. All righty then. So who you going after? You going after the Pookie, the Ray Ray? You going after that Tyrone, that Chad? And what do? They gonna smash you, bring you to the telly, smash you, maybe let you come to their crib, smash you. And as they're walking you to the door because your Uber is downstairs, they're handing you your leave behind. Oh, here's your ring, baby. You left that in the bathroom. Here's your bracelet. Hey, don't forget your keys. Here's your shoe. Right? These dudes are like, because they're like, you ain't never coming back here. You was just something to do. But there ain't any good men. Man, I can't tell you how many times I've had this conversation in real life with women. I'm like, he's right there. He's right there. He's not even a stranger. He's in your phone. Right? He's right there. You can't find any good men? Here, let me take a picture of you real quick. Click. Let's post this to your Instagram. And what happens in a matter of moments? Bloop, like, bloop, 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 like, bloop, 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 comments, bloop, 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 bloop. You know what I mean? winky emoji, heart emoji, kissy emoji, fire emoji. Oh, you so beautiful. Bloop, 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 bloop. All night long. But I can't find a good man. Word? Okay. I deserve the best. I deserve a 10. You may deserve it. You know what I mean? You like you said, Clint Eastwood, Unforgiven. Deserves got nothing to do with it. You may deserve it, but you don't qualify for him. You can go over there and try to get him if you want to. He's gonna bend you over and have some fun. He might even film it. So he can, you know what I mean, play with himself later to it or whatever, but he is not gonna commit to you. He's gonna be trying to get you to bring your girlfriends over so he can get himself a threesome or a foursome or a fivesome. That's what he's gonna be doing. Why? Because you don't qualify for that dude. Right? That dude didn't send you a heart emoji when we posted that picture on your Instagram. That dude doesn't even follow you. Right? And that's just Instagram. For every like she got on Instagram, for every comment she got on Instagram, you can 10x that on Facebook. That's where the old people kick it. I got a Facebook account, y'all, but don't hit me on Facebook because I might look at that account maybe every other year. Only time I look at Facebook is when Ty's doing a podcast because he broadcasts on Facebook too. It's the only time I look at Facebook. But that's where the old people at. So it's even more attention. You tell him you can't find a good dude, he's right here. This dude's been sitting around waiting on you since y'all was in the 6th grade. Brother D Mac at Miss AKA Lady, he's saying that, come on. You know women are looking for a brother that is 6 feet, dark, handsome, has a few other things. If the brother is taller and handsome, they will be okay if he is broke. Yes, they'll be okay if he's broke for a little bit. They're not going to take care of him, just like little Shorty said. I'm not taking care of no man. She'll let you stay in the house for a little bit, but you ain't getting no keys. She'll let you stay over a few times. You ain't getting no keys. She gonna pay for you a couple times. Now she she'll pay for you a couple times and have you come join her for events that she wants you there, that she's paying for or whatever. But there's a limit. She's only gonna do that for so long, and then she's gonna stop. She's gonna stop. One thing I will say about little Shorty here that we're reviewing too, she's keeping it 100. She's keeping it 100. She's like, nah, I gotta have a man that stimulates me mentally. She said, like, I'm not even into sex like that. You mean to tell me you want a top tier man, a 0.001% dude, and you ain't even fucking? She done lost her damn mind. You ain't even smashing like that. You haven't even mastered the Karma Sutra. You ain't even out there getting it in like that. Bad sex. You a single mom. You alpha like me. Girl, bye. You know what y'all say? Girl, bye. Bye, Felicia. This is not going to work. He's not even going to smash. You know what? He's like, man, you know what? I'm not even going to smash this woman. This is a complete waste of time. Meanwhile, she got them dudes in the friend zone. They'll be okay with having sex 4 times a year with her and still won't step out, still won't cheat. He'll be okay with doing everything he can to support her, but he doesn't make enough money. Therefore, she believes he doesn't qualify. This woman right here, her sexual market value has to be, I would say, she's a 6. And that's me being nice. She's really average. So you're really a 5, but I'll give her a 6. There's no way in hell she's gonna take a dude that's a 6. No way in hell. No way on God's green earth is she gonna do that. Right, Miss AK, she's like, I don't care how fine you are. Ain't no man fine enough for me to pull out my wallet every time we go on a date. You just a fine crab, but a crab nonetheless. Hey, that is, sis, I ain't mad at you. You know what I mean? That's true. But there are women out there who will pay for top tier dudes to be in their company. There are women who will do that. There are women who will pay for dinner. There are women who will pay for these things. They'll pay for the concert. If dude is handsome enough, she gonna want him there. She's gonna want him there. You know, I've seen it. I've seen top tier women pull that off, but like I said, they only do it for so long. You know what I mean? Brother D Mac, like, hey, a sister with standards, I can respect that. Facts. You know what I mean? Ms. AK, like, you know what I can do with a man who owns a home and has good credit. If a woman can't see the gem in that combo, she don't know what to look for. And to that, I would say this. Do you know what I can do with that girl dropping fries at McDonald's? If she's fine enough and feminine enough, I could take her to the moon. She get on my team, we gonna make millions. A dude could care less about your credit, how much money you have, if you have property. No, dudes don't care. The alpha, they don't care. Not even the alphas. That's all men. Men don't care. She's got what? Who cares? Because he knows if it doesn't work out, he doesn't get any of that anyway. Right? He knows if with the ways the laws work, if he were to get married, she's gonna get half anyway. So dudes don't care about that sort of stuff. They don't care about that stuff at all. Right? If he owns the bus, Brother Penny, the bus company, I'm a single one. Yeah, that's shout out to Ebony K. Williams. She was like, I can't date the bus driver unless he owns the bus. And then she came back and said, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. Why? Because she's starting to realize I can't compete with all my money and all my education and all my accolades and all my TV shows. I can't compete. So yeah, you know what? Let me go ahead and get that bus driver. And even Ebony K. Williams said it. She was like, I just can't find dudes on the financial level that I need that can keep up with me when I'm going out to do these things. Right. There's only so many dudes got that kind of money. Only so many Americans got that kind of money. It makes complete sense. And now she's faced with the fact, she's like, man, I'm about to be childless and alone. What did they say? What percentage of women are going to be childless and alone by 2030? Brother Pitney, what's that stat again, bro? What's the projection for women who are going to be childless and alone by 2030? Bro, help me out, man. Because I can't switch over. There's a stat out there. Kevin Samuels was talking about it. I mean, all the mainstream media outlets were talking about it. There's a stat out there. I can find it. I might click over and be able to find it here in a second, but there are numbers out there. We've talked about it on this platform hundreds of times. Miss AKA lady, exactly. Being a fry cook is okay for a woman. I'm not into women. I need a man that doesn't smell like French fries. Please and thank you. See what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. There's nothing wrong with that. I want to be clear. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with hypergamy. I understand that. But you must also understand that there are so many men at the top. Just like Forrest Gump said to Jenny in that daggone movie, sometimes there just aren't enough rocks. Just like in that movie, Jenny's picking up rocks and throwing them, and pretty soon ain't no more rocks left. She just falls down and starts crying alone by herself. Forrest is standing there. She's standing there crying. She ran out of rocks. These women are running through these top tier dudes, these guys in the top 20%, and at some point they turn around, there are no more rocks to pick up. And these dudes are staying away from them. I don't want to be around this chick. Now she just collapses, starts crying, and she's on her own. Sometimes there just aren't enough rocks. Brother Pitney, high-performing man could overhaul his woman's finances. Successful women are usually unwilling to do the same. Not usually. I agree with you. And according to Little Short, like this woman right here, we're breaking down her video. She was like, I am not taking care of a man. I'm not helping you. And she went on to say that she got to lead. I don't care about my heart. This dude has to stimulate my mind. I don't care. I can't be with a broke guy who stimulates my mind. A broke man can't stimulate. Only way to have you stimulated mentally is to be engaged with a financially successful man. How the hell you know? You see what I'm saying? This is not sustainable. This is not sustainable. Thank you, Brother Pitney. There it is right there. 45% of women are expected to be single and childless by 2030. 45%, almost half. 6 years away, y'all. Kevin Samuel said it, man. You know, winter is coming. I say winter is here.
Okay.
For you to be able to stimulate
stay
this
focused
brain,
on me. I'm focused on what I just said, the scenario. this person,
I'm taking whoever stimulates my mind.
he's going to stimulate your mind.
Yes, you can't be. I don't care how much money you got. You can't bore me.
Okay, so you rock it with the person that's broke.
But let me tell you something. For him
No,
to have
you can't have no
for him
stimulation.
to have stimulated my mind, he would never be in that position.
But what happened is because there are people who
No, I've never met one that
Never?
can stimulate my mind and has paper plates.
Okay, I respect that.
No, don't get me wrong. I have paper plates. I got
Yeah.
solo cups, and I have I take all the stuff.
But you also have other stuff too.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Is
I
that you
agree.
got to be versatile.
Right.
You can't tell me I don't mind
But
paper plates.
let's say that same guy who had the paper plates,
Mhm.
he has a little change. You know, he got a little bit.
He would
money.
have at least some IKEA plates in his
Yeah,
house.
and you don't really like the way he's moving. Say, babe, you're doing well for yourself. You got to get some real.
A
dishes
man
in
like
here.
that, it would be like the dishes would be ugly, and I'd be like, let's just change them out to
Right,
something
right,
wide.
right.
They would probably have like tacky ones.
Right.
I don't mind tacky ones, but at least you got some.
Okay.
You know, because we can
Okay.
work with that. But
Okay.
nothing.
Okay, I respect that.
Okay, so that took way longer than I thought it would, but it was a good
Okay.
conversation. I like
Yeah.
it. So
She was like, there's absolutely no way that she could be with a broke man who stimulates her mind, because if he's broke, he can't stimulate me, period. There's no way that would happen. TK just bailed on it. He was like, this ain't going nowhere. He just bailed on it. She was like, no. It'll never happen. It's never happened. No. Okay. Miss AKA, she's like, picture this. A 5'11" man who makes $90,000 a year owns a home, good credit. By y'all standard, he is bottom 80. Y'all think he can't pull a woman. That's not what we said. That's not what we said. By shorties, by alpha women standards, he falls into the category of invisible men. Now, he's at the top of that bottom 80 percentile, right? And when she runs out of time and realizes I got to get someone, that's the dude that they're going to want to settle with. That's the dude that they might wound up with. But this guy, he's making $90,000 a year, right? At some point, there's going to be a woman who's maybe a little bit older, you know, maybe she's not as attractive as she used to be, but she's somewhat successful. She's making like $70,000 a year, and she's tired of getting passed from one alpha to the next. She's tired of being, you know what I mean, being the neighborhood bike. Everybody's riding her, right? And then she realizes that this dude, we'll call him Buddy. Buddy, 5'11", making 90 a year, has a house. Buddy's been in her friend zone since she was in 3rd grade. Buddy's still there, and when she's ready, she'll give Buddy a shot, right? She'll give Buddy a shot. Buddy will gladly marry her, and they'll go off and do their thing. And sometimes that works. You know, she's just like, you know what? I really see him now, and this is a good life. Sometimes he's a placeholder. She'll marry Buddy for 5, 6, 7 years. Then she get an opportunity at something better. Teddy, now making $120,000 a year, and he's 6 feet, 6'1". She might get an opportunity to go holler at Teddy. So she leaves Buddy. No fault divorce. She gets divorced. Buddy's going to lose the house. You know, we won't even get into that. We won't even get into the downside of that. Let's just say that all he loses is her. She got an opportunity to level up, and she leveled up. I ain't mad at her. That's Buddy's fault. Buddy should have did a better job of vetting. So yeah, he's in the bottom 80, sis. I hate to tell it. He's in the bottom 80. There are going to be women, you know, hollering at Buddy because he makes 90 grand a year and he has a nice home and all that. And, you know, you go into their phone, and Buddy, his name is not even Buddy in there. It's Foodie. It might be Foodie Date. It might be Foodie. It might be Restaurant Guy. It might be Movie Guy. It might be Theater Guy. Ain't no shame in the game. These women out here doing it. Buddy still wants a beautiful woman. If Buddy has game, he knows what he's doing. He has some frame. He'll be successful. He will be able to find a woman. It's going to take work, but he'll be able to vet through those women who are just trying to use him in whatever way. So if Buddy has game, if Buddy understands how things work, he'll be able to go ahead and find what he's looking for. He'll be able to vet her properly. And when he's done doing all that stuff, still a chance it might not work, but, you know, the odds are in his favor that it does. Had he, you know, provided he did everything correct to the best of his ability, the odds are he can find that woman who really wants him, that loves him, that's 100% him. Like, he is the best that she can do. You find that woman, she ain't looking at another man. All those men are invisible. this is in the red pill space as well. The Man Swamp talks about this. If you have a woman who's with you and she believes that you are the best that she can get, she's not looking at any other men. She is happy. She ain't doing girls trips like that, especially early on. She's not trying to hang out with her single friends. She wants to be married. She's a good, dutiful wife. She's out there making it happen. She's not screaming, you ain't bought me a Birkin, or you ain't bought me a Chanel or a Chloe bag. She ain't out here screaming, I got to have this $500 makeup or perfume. No, she is so happy just to take the kids to Tampa, to what Busch Gardens. She is so happy just to be able to take a vacation every now and then, and go to a bed and breakfast or something like that. She is so happy to say, nah, baby, we can't afford to go to Tulum, but we can afford to go to Miami at this nice Airbnb I got a good deal at. She's more than happy with that. Like, don't get mad at us, love, that the game is getting played out the way the game is being played out. You know what I mean, Brother D-Mac? Who will take care of these women when they get old, man? I don't know. That's a good question. They probably wind up back with their family. Maybe they kind of do like a Golden Girls situation. Y'all remember that TV show? Just kind of live together, assisted living. Maybe they move out here to Florida to the villages, and then still be 304. Man, the villages, bro, they got it. Them old people be getting it in. They be getting it in down here. Boy, look it up. That's like the highest level of sexually transmitted diseases in Florida. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Like Miss AKA, like she's like laugh out loud. Okay, she needs to stop, right? You watching the video, right? She's riding this paper plate train, but she eating on paper, right? You know what I mean? I need a new female rep. Like, she ain't the one. I'm not saying that the vast majority of women are like her, but like I would say, we obviously there are women like this. There are a lot of women like this, like the boss babes, the ones who are out there really getting it. But I would say there are a lot of women. I would say that the vast majority of women have some of these traits, subtle traits like this. Hers are just over the top. This one right here, but she really is over the top. You know what I mean? Buddy taller than most women in heels. Buddy is financially responsible. So he paying for dates. He probably has standards. Buddy is pulling women. But here's the thing. If Buddy got game, Buddy ain't paying for dates right away. Buddy's taking them out to ice cream dates and coffee dates and, smoothie dates. He's in the park getting to know them. If Buddy knows what he's doing, he's going to be able to filter through those boss alpha babes like this one, you know what I mean? And other women like her, like the broke ones. There are women out here who are broke as a joke, but they have the same standards as this woman here right here. At least this woman on this podcast has built a business and she's successful. You know what I mean? It kind of makes sense a little bit. This will get into her head, but there are women out here, man. It's broke as a joke, man. There's some girls out here to be wilding. I want you to take me here, take me down. I'm not taking you nowhere. If Buddy get his game right, Buddy will be able to find that woman that's into him. This is why game is so important. Yeah, Buddy's tall enough. Yeah, Buddy has some game. Yeah, Buddy got women looking at him. Buddy's in the gym, getting himself right. You know what I mean? Buddy's out here buying rental properties. So Buddy got multiple properties, not just his home, but he might have a couple single multi-families out there. Buddy's not riding around in a Lamborghini, got himself a nice used Mercedes or BMW because that's his Sunday go-to-meeting car. That's what my dad used to call it. He's got a nice pull-up, but his everyday might be a Toyota or a Honda or something like that, or, one of these American-made cars, like a Chevy or, a Ford or something like that. You know what I mean? Honestly, Buddy probably has a truck. He's probably driving around in a nice truck, right? But Buddy needs game. If Buddy doesn't have game, he's going to go out there and get wrecked. He's going to come around the wrong woman. He's not going to have his emotions in check, and she is going to wreck him. He's going to spend all this money on restaurants and buying her gifts and Valentine's Day stuff and, helicopter rides and trying to impress her because he knows he's a couple financial levels below her. So, and like in the case with this woman right here, so he's going to try to get to that level and impress her somehow. He's not going to be able to maintain. He's not going to be able to, he's going to mess up. You got to have game. You don't want to find yourself in a situation where you're getting ran. And then you go and you all these resources and stuff, you dump into a relationship with a woman who doesn't even want to have sex with you. Now, it's not even a you problem. She doesn't like to have sex, period. So it's like, whoa, you spend 6 months to a year, you get to the end of the road and you figure out that she doesn't even want to have sex. Jesus, you need game. You need game. It's like they'll be in the workforce until retirement age or more. Talking about what happens to these women, these boss babes. What's going to happen to that 45% of women who are childless and single by 2030? Brother D-Mac, we live in a global society where brothers are catching flights and women's options in the States will become limited in the coming years. Yeah, that's all happening. Dudes are not, this woman right here, I'm not trying to beat up on this woman, be clear. I'm not trying to beat up on her. It's just a good opportunity to learn. It's a learning opportunity. There are lots of women out here. That's why you go on YouTube, you go on TikTok, right? You go on social media. There's a lot of women out there saying, how come guys don't approach? Right. We got a show tomorrow. We're gonna have a sister on here. And that's the topic of that show. Why is it that men don't approach? This is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons. The guy's sitting there and he can listen to her talk. It's like, man, I ain't trying to deal with that. You know what I mean? The guys who have game, and then the guys who want to approach, but they're brokies. She's not trying to hear them. She doesn't want them to come up and approach her. Ew, get away. Ew. No, she wants the top tier men to approach her. And the top tier men are probably like, man, I admire you. You know what I'm saying? You got to sit at the table. Once you come out with us, we hitting the strip club. You should come. We hitting 11. You should come. Just hang out with us. You one of the boys. That's what it is. And Brother D-Mac is right. It's changed the game. Miss AKA lady, he got multiple properties. My mind stimulated. Right. But even with all of his multiple properties, he's still not at he hasn't reached that financial threshold that a lot of these alpha women want. Dude can have 3 or 4 properties and doing his thing. He can have a 401k with maybe 200,000-300,000 in it. You add his properties to the portfolio, he might bump up to, I don't know, maybe 2.1 million. Right. But then you got to also take into account, leveraging for the loans and all that. So his net worth might be somewhere in the neighborhood of 700,000-800,000. That's not enough for these alpha chicks. That's not enough.
Honestly, I do know you from comedy, because we have people in common. But outside of that, I don't know much about TK Kirkland. Right. I feel like even when I tried to Google, right, there wasn't much information about your personal life, your upbringing. I love that. Mystery man, always toxic. Right. So I want to know, how many kids do you have?
I have 7.
You're 63, 7 children. Your youngest?
16, a boy.
Younger than mine.
Yeah,
okay.
16.
All right, wow, it's 63.
So, 63.
And we're getting into this part of the show where, she's a single mom. She has a kid. He's a single dad. He has 7. And we're about to get into one of the most crazy pot calling the skillet black situations I've ever seen. It just blows my mind. Ooh, mystery man, toxic. What's toxic about a mystery man? Tall, dark, and mysterious. That's not toxic at all. You know what I mean? It just strikes me so funny that the traits that women find most attractive and the traits that allow freedom and, the secure women's place in our society with the right to make money, the right to vote and all that kind of stuff. The traits it took to do all those things are considered toxic today. That's hilarious. But all this stuff she's popping, ain't none of it toxic. Man, come on now. Come on now. Miss AKA, she's like 7 kids. Damn. How many baby mamas? She got a handful of baby mamas. I don't know if he talks about maybe 3 or 4. Let's continue.
63 minus 10 is 53 minus 6, 47?
Yeah, about
57.
That.
47,
47, yeah.
Yikes.
Awesome.
Whew. Were there any sperm left at that time? It's probably like the only one that came out like, oh, here's just me strangling along.
Awesome.
All right. So you have 7 kids. How many babies, mamas?
7. It couldn't be no other way.
1. Okay.
Yeah.
The oldest is how old?
37.
Okay, my age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You grew up in Jersey, mom and dad together?
Everybody's deceased.
But were they together?
Yes, absolutely.
They were married,
married
all the way through?
Since they was 18.
Was that a relationship that you would say was like a healthy relationship?
Yeah, it was healthy until they all died.
No shit. They're fucking dead.
They're deceased. Yes.
All right. Well, what do you consider a healthy relationship or healthy marriage?
They provided for us. They love their kids.
I said you were talking about children. Mom, dad.
No, I'm getting to that.
What you saw?
I think that they provided the kind of man that I am today. Hardworking, honest, brutal. And then have sometimes you got kids that'll go astray, that'll do crazy things.
How many siblings?
Because you get up at 2, but they're deceased as well.
So it was 3 of you guys.
Yeah, it was 3. I was the middle kid. So they're deceased too. But in life you have these moments where you can get off track. And I got off track for a while, did a lot of crazy things, and then came back on point. Boom. And the rest is
TK, that's a lot. So unpack there alone. Your parents are gone, your siblings are gone. And I asked you this morning when we were at the radio show, I was like, how do you do therapy? Do you go to therapy? And you said no.
No.
That's a lot to
I
carry with you.
I don't know the word, but my kids made me feel amazing one day. They was like, Dad, I don't know how you do it, because I don't know what we would do if all my brothers and sisters was going, my mom and dad.
Are they all over the country?
Exactly, sis. I am the single one. She's like, whoa, she didn't even pause to express condolences. Now, I will say this. Apparently, they did a radio show prior to this podcast. So maybe if they talked about this during the podcast, maybe she did. But she didn't slow down a second. Like, she don't care. I said that this woman is real extreme on the alpha side. She's like real extreme. And again, no one would classify her as a toxic female. But if there's such an animal, I would say that she qualifies. Right? Little Shorty is like, and then there's a huge difference between the two, not just genders, but the generations. I came up in the era where, man, you ain't going to talk to nobody, man. You ain't going to talk to somebody about your problems or whatever. We didn't come up but like that. But I do agree with seeking counseling when you absolutely need it. And that's because in my career as an air traffic controller, things came up that, you got to go talk to someone about, and the government pays for it. So I did utilize that. Although when I did it, I thought it was a bunch of BS. I was just trying to spend money that the government had. I was just mad at the government, but it actually did work. I found a really good therapist, and I was like, okay, she was really able to help me get through it. And it only took a handful of sessions. I was still trying to spend money. I wanted to max out the money, and I told her, because she was like, well, you're good now. You really don't need me. I'm like, nah, I just want you to get this money. She was like, look, I got people who need my help, boy. I ain't playing with you. I'm like, all right. Well, if I have some problems again, I'll come see you. And it was like a handful of years later, I did go back to see her. Something else happened. And that was like 2 sessions. So I think a total I maybe had 6 sessions with her total over the years, but really, really good counselor. But young kids, they're like, you got to have a counselor. We live in a world now where people are just like, you got to have a counselor. They don't try to work through their own issues on their own. It's like, you got to have a counselor. You got to have a counselor. You got to go get therapy. I don't think it's necessary all the time. I think it's something that should be used when needed. And that's my thought on that. But she did just blow right through that. Miss AKA lady. And this is a man telling women they need to get it together. All right, let's wrap this up. They both need to hush. What I will say about TK having 7 children with 7 different women, all those women knew he had kids. All those women knew. They chose to have his child, right? Remember, in America, that's how the system works. Women decide who gets born in this country. They chose to have his child knowing who he is, what he does. Comedian, they probably met him while he was performing. So that says a lot right there, doesn't it? Women decide who gets to smash. Women in America, in this country, decide who gets born or not. It's just what it is. So this conversation really got going pretty good, this part here.
Not all over the country, but they're in a few states. It's called living the dream in my world.
What dream? That's the TK dream.
That's the American. Yours is the American dream. My dream is my dream. Let me have my dream.
So this was your dream, to have children with different women all over the place.
But what I've learned in life is not to complain. I've learned to accept my decision making, even though I had something on the post the other day. I felt like if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have any
I'm actually
children.
gonna play the full. I'm gonna play the full thing because
Yeah, I wouldn't have any
heard it.
children. And the reason why I wouldn't have any
Let me see.
kids,
The ability to control your life.
Is it right?
Ooh, think about it.
You have kids yourself.
I have kids. I have kids from us, and if I had to do it all over again, I don't think I have any children.
Right.
I love my kids. I tell people now, even though you love your children, if you're not with the father or the mom, a child is a bookmark. It reminds you of the mistake you made that night or nights for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
He keeping it 100. That's his story, right? That's his story. Brother D Mac is like, I had to get a vasectomy. Being a good father is hard work. Yes, it is, bro. It's hard. And we live in a society where even if you want to be a good father, depending on the woman involved, you might not get an opportunity too. I mean, it's just so, it could be so tough. It could be so difficult. Like you have to make some really, really tough decisions. Miss AKA lady, she was like, nah, we gotta do like, no, we not gonna do that. This man is irresponsible. Call a thing a thing. I'm with you, sis. He's irresponsible. The 7 women who were with him know he's irresponsible, yet they had his children anyway. Even the first one, she met him the way she met him. He's talking about this in a Vlad TV interview. That clip right there is from Vlad TV. He's talking about his experience. So basically, he's just saying, I got caught up 7 times. I got caught up 7 times with 7 different women. They decided to have a child, and I just rolled with it, right? Because he didn't have any options, and he hadn't even seen the matter. Women get choices when it comes to reproduction. Men get none. Men have 0 reproductive rights. There are no real choices. It is what it is. He said what he said, but he was there for his children. But here's the thing: if he's irresponsible, those 7 women were just as irresponsible. Call a thing, love. And Miss AKA lady, Dag, he is online saying his kids are a result of a mistake. Some things you don't have to say out loud. He's just that dude. And, if that's who you are, your children are going to adjust to it. I mean, it is what it is. I say what I say online. I have a daughter, teenage daughter. She's listening. I mean, she's in her room right now doing her thing, but she listens. She understands the podcast. She listens. She doesn't watch the podcast. I don't do playbacks while she's in the room, but we had these conversations. We talk about stuff. And I love that about our relationship, at least my relationship with my daughter. We talk about stuff. You know what I mean? End of the day, I pick her up from school and we talk about her day. Like she talks. Even if I'm on the phone talking business or something like that, when I got off the phone, we talk. She's showing me her TV shows. Pop, have you seen this TV show? And she's trying to remember the TV show. And it was like Has Been Hotel or something like that. It's a cartoon, like a musical. And she shows it to me. I'm like, no, I've never watched that. She's like explaining to me what the show's about. She's like, she really likes it. And I'm like, all right, let me check it out. I never did that with my parents. Like, hey, tell my parents to listen to some music or watch something, and my parents would actually do it. This is one of the things this is how I evolved. This is how I tried to make better. I tried to take some of what my parents did and improve on it. This is one of the things. Like, I want to have real conversations with my daughter. And we do. We talk about real things. The other day, we had to talk about OF. We had to talk about that. We had to talk about, we've talked about taking pictures and sending pictures, and we talked about game. Like, this is what dudes are doing. I talked every time. She's like, I met a new friend on, virtual or whatever. I met a new friend on whatever platform she's on. I'm like, you getting catfish. That's not a little girl. That's not a little boy. You getting catfish. That's some old man. And she'll be laughing, but at the same time, she's trying to verify. Like, she'll like try to do videos like, send me a picture right now, or jump on a call. Like, she's trying to verify. Like, she's learning early. Like, I'm like, yes, people out here lying to you, girl. Come on now. They trying to get you now. They trying to steal you away from me. Be careful. But we could do it in a fun, loving way. We do it in a serious way. I show her stuff, like show her news stories where kids are getting kidnapped. These little girls and boys getting themselves in over their head. I got a relationship with my child. And this dude, however we like it or love it, he has a relationship with his children, all 7 of them, and a relationship with all 7 of the women. Doesn't sound like he's gone to court. Maybe he has for a couple. I don't know. But everyone has their experiences, like he's saying. But if he's irresponsible, those 7 women are just as irresponsible, because they knew exactly who they was dealing with. They knew they was dealing with. Miss AK, hey lady, you got the man right there, and still your heat goes to the women. My heat goes, in this case, it's got to go to both of them. The baby daddy of 7 is right there. Right? He is a Pookie. Indeed. He is a Pookie. So you're telling me that all 7 of these women did not realize that until after they had his child? So think about it. You got the man right there, and still you got heat for the women. Right? The women that he's talking about. You ain't got no heat for them, sis? None? None. not even a little bit of pushback. They didn't realize he was a Pookie when he was on stage talking about being a Pookie, because TK talks about it on stage. This dude comes with some real pimptastic game. You need to go watch, next time you get a chance, you need to go check out TK Kirkland's set. There is no way on God's green earth that you can think this man is anything other than a Pookie or a player or wherever you want to put it, because that's what he talks about on stage. He is unapologetic about it. He gets to the core of it quick. He is hardcore on stage. So these women, I'm sorry, sis, can't expect me to believe that these women didn't know that prior to getting into a relationship and having this dude's kids. They chose to have his kids. They chose to have his kids. Come on now. I will say this. I will agree that he is irresponsible and or a deadbeat if you would agree that those women are irresponsible and lightweight deadbeats, because they have the ultimate choice. I will agree with you if you agree with me. Come on now. You got to have some pushback for these women. I am the single one. Corey Holcomb called his daughter a B word on air. Word? Like over and over. Damn. There are like 20 baby mamas on my page defending it. Damn. I can't do that on air. I don't care what the problem is. Like family stuff, you gotta handle in the family way. I'm not doing that. And these kids love to run to social media and do all kind of crazy stuff, trying to push you to go wild. I've had family members try to push me via social media, and I mean, first time it happened, I was like, all right, I reached out and whatever. First time it happened, all right, cool. Now, if it happens again, block. I got block, mute, block, delete. That's how I'm gonna do it. But I'm not gonna, if God forbid down the road I have an issue with my daughter, we're not gonna hash it out. I'm not gonna hash it out over social media. Now, if she chooses to do that, that's whatever. Block, delete, mute. But I'm gonna go find her, sit her down. We're gonna talk like grown-ups. We're gonna talk like human beings. I'm not gonna do it over social media. I'm just not gonna do it. And Miss AK Eddie, she said she saw that. Prayers to those babies and their mental health as they grow up. You know what I mean? Black men. BM is black men. Oh, black men. I said baby mama. Okay. Black men are defending it. There's no defense for that. Sorry about that, sis. So 20 black men on my page defending it. There's no defense to that. I'm not gonna go down that road. If someone chooses to do that, man, that's their business. That's the same as people airing their dirty laundry in real life. You know what I'm saying? You got mamas and daddies and husbands and wives and cousins out there screaming, talking out all the, in the streets. Before social media, you used to get that all the time. Just walking down the street in the hood, somebody get mad over something, they screaming and yelling and throwing stuff and whatever, airing out all their dirty laundry and all that, telling on themselves. I think that's the same with social media today. That's like the equivalent of social media now. Back in the day, you do it in real life. Now they're doing it on Instagram or, Snapchat or Facebook or whatever platform they're doing it on. I'm not going to do that. And there's no defense for dudes who do that. I'm sorry. I can't back that. Calling your child, any child for that matter, cursing them out on a live stream with a platform as big as Corey's, but that's Corey's business. If that's what he want to do, that's how him and his daughter get down, man, that's them over there. That's them. I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? But if that's what you want to do, man, go ahead and do it. Miss AK, hey lady, if the mama was on screen, I would bring them to task. Oh, okay. But this guy is here schooling women, and you can't form a full sentence holding him accountable without finding a woman at fault. Y'all know that, reproductive rights, this whole baby mama, baby daddy thing. When I hear this kind of stuff, man, I go right into it. Like, the guy's irresponsible. Well, so's the girl. Right? Like, but they ain't on the screen, he's on the screen. So they can get some too. So's the girl. And my thing is this: they made their choice. He's 7 different women, 1 child each. They made their choice. What's all that noise? Hold on 1 second. Make sure my daughter didn't mess nothing up. Yeah, something fell down. You know how you set something and it slowly creeps. Yeah, I think something fell down. I'll figure out what it is later. My daughter's in her room, so I guess she's innocent for now. But now, sis, I mean, I that's one of the things where I can't sit here and be like, oh, the dude who got 7 different women pregnant is irresponsible, and not say that those 7 grown-ups are, what I mean? Because to not speak on it is just like, okay, well, they're fine. No, they're not fine. In fact, they got the ultimate choice. No, I'm sorry, love. Nah, nope. Nope. It goes both ways. I mean, if you fall for that game, I got no love for you. I'm sorry. You fell for the game. You fell for the game. You got to do, especially number 7. Like, he got 6 children with 6 different women, and now you're gonna carry his baby. You decided to smash him. You decided to smash him unprotected. Hey, we can all get some. That's why I wanted to get to my get some button. I'm sorry. I got it for everybody.
Get some. Get some.
They get some. They can definitely get some. I'm not trying to have 7 baby mamas. And I took steps. I'm like, I ain't having no more kids. I'm like Brother D Mac. I took steps. Right. But I know dudes out there that got a whole bunch of kids with a whole bunch of women, and at least let him tell it. He's taking care of his children, though. So it is what it is. And he has relationships with all of them and relationships with the women. I think that's a lot right there. But I feel you, sis. You're like, well, if the women were on screen, I'll take them to task. I ain't mad at you. You know what I mean? Miss AK, hey, ladies, like I said, oh, girl is tripping. I can clearly see when a woman is wrong, because wrong is wrong. But you can't be grandstanding like this with that type of baggage. They get into that. She was trying to, actually, old girl here was trying to make that point on this interview. She was trying to make that point. And basically what TK is saying is just like, learn from my mistakes, learn from what I did, do as I say, not as I do, kind of thing. You can still learn. And so we're gonna see it. We're getting into it. You know what I mean? We're definitely gonna get into it. Miss AKA lady saying, I'm just saying, he ain't the one to be talking. Remove the log from your eye before you try to remove the splinter from mine. Right. But wisdom is still wisdom. You can get somebody like Donald Trump. Donald Trump can teach us some things, bro. 90+ indictments, and dude he ain't got locked up yet. Dude can teach you some stuff, man. Like, you got people out there, no matter how good or bad they are, you can still learn from them. But I get what you're saying. Don't go out here and try to be like, I'm better than, or my stuff don't stink. I get you. I don't think that TK has ever moved like that. I mean, he tries to keep it pretty transparent. Like I said, 15 minutes of watching him talk on stage, and you know what you're getting. And he's older too. Like, he's definitely matured over the years. First time I saw TK was probably close to 20 years ago. Man, he was super raw back then. But I was before I even started doing comedy, to be honest with you. Yeah. You know what I mean? But you're right, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, their drinks do look good, sis. Both of them. They didn't even touch them drinks, really. They waited for the show to be over there. I guess they didn't want to get too lit. But let's continue.
Right. If it's not planned.
If it's not planned.
Exactly.
This is
Right,
why
'cause
you got to wear a condom, because all you got to do, if you don't believe me, everybody,
Condoms
on Monday
fail.
mornings, I want you to go downtown in your local area and go to child support court and sit in the fucking lobby. And you would think that you was going to a Future and Drake concert, seeing the people lined up in that. It's for real.
So what is it you don't like about that?
There's a lot.
I'm
Where do we
listening.
start?
Okay.
Okay. So 1, you have 7.
Yes.
I can understand 1 being an oops.
Yes.
I was 17 when I got pregnant with my daughter.
Yes.
18 when I had her.
Mhm.
I will say that was like fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Never happened again.
Yes.
Why? Because once you know better, you do better. So you're trying to tell me that you know better, but you have a child that's 37. You also have one
Mhm.
that's 16.
Yes.
That is like 19 years difference. And
Yes.
for 19 years, you were still fucking up.
Yeah.
You're giving out this advice that you don't
Yes.
even take yourself.
But no. Now the question should be, TK, what have you learned from that situation? Now let me phrase it.
It took 7
no.
children for
It-
you to learn something.
Success.
And now when you're shooting powder is
Yeah.
when you learn.
Well, not proud. I'm still doing my
Like,
thing. You know,
what?
don't.
There's
don't-
like
no,
nothing left.
No, there's nothing.
You emptied it out.
I'm still healthy.
And that's so funny. You shooting powder. There's nothing left. He can have babies. He can get women pregnant until he's 90 years old plus. Women run out of eggs. Men don't run out of sperm. Right? 7. Like, Miss AK Alien and Shorty right here on the same thing. Like 7? Yeah, 7. You know what I mean? I am a single one. You're right. TK was very angry before. He was, like I said, dude was hardcore. Never seen him this mellow, actually. And that's a fact. That's a fact. I've seen him like this in conversation, like not on stage or whatever. Dude's a regular dude. You know, we get on stage as comedians, we do what we do. He didn't amp up for this episode. He's just being interviewed and he's saying what he has to say. And he is a wise old dude now. She said, not the powder, but he ain't puffing out powder. Don't get twisted. If TK wanted to, he can get number 8. He can get baby mama number 8 and 9 if he want to. Right? Don't get it twisted. It's women who lose their eggs. You know what I mean? The fertility becomes a problem for women, not for men.
But let me give you the story on this. And you can't teach nobody nothing. You ain't been through nothing.
How much do you have to go through?
Let me finish, because what you're doing, you're playing judge here, and you can't play judge.
I won't judge.
If
Go ahead.
if you're going to be in this position and you're interviewing me,
I'm not interviewing. I'm having a conversation.
You have to be open-minded.
Whew.
That people's lives are not always planned or strategized the way other people think their lives should be.
Okay.
So what I've learned in this tape, and a lot of comments, a lot of people think the same way that you think as well, right? But the thing about that story is not to be depressed. Understand your life, because I said it in there. I feel bad that I've done that because I wish I could have been the traditional. Let me finish.
Traditional.
Let me finish my story.
Sorry.
Thank
You take forever.
Yeah, but I like to talk slow.
I've been telling this man, he
You
talks
still
like elevator music.
You still interrupted me.
2x.
And I have a. If you keep interrupting me, I can't get my message across. And you come out looking like you really control this conversation, and I want to get my point across. Okay, so my point that I'm making is, you go through life, you deal with certain things, and what makes a man to me is you accept the things you've done. But if you could teach people not to make the same choices that you made, not mistakes, choices that you made, whether someone's in Ghana, whether someone's in Oakland, California, and they hear me say that, and they go, wow, I don't want to be in that same position that TK was talking about, and this is what I'm going to do so I don't end up in that same situation. It's just
so
that
you're like the savior. You fuck it up real bad. So
well, it doesn't matter if I'm a
it.
savior. The purpose is we all are God's children. We all have to do things to give back. So I did what I had to do in that situation, and I apply it to the podcast, and I share with people. Now,
like this woman right here, like the stuff she's saying, the stuff that she's trying to slide in there, like she doesn't listen. She refuses to listen. Extremely controlling. You need to talk faster. What? I need to talk faster. You interviewed me on the radio. You know my pace. This is how you just talk, so I'll be faster, right? She's trying to make light of it. He's trying to just tell you, like, look, I'm not saying that I'm better than. I'm telling other people, don't make my mistakes, right? And, and like he's telling her, you're judging. Who are you to judge? Who are any of us to judge? I'm not going to judge Corey Holcomb for what he did. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to judge Donald Trump for what he did, although I don't have any respect for it, but I'm not. Who am I to judge? Right? And then everybody want to act on it and condemn, right? And what did Jesus say? I think this is in the New Testament somewhere. He who is without sin cast the first stone. Yeah, we're gonna go to you. Hey, Jesus, we got this woman. She had committed adultery. They didn't have a dude there, they just had the woman. And we want to stone her, condemn her. What should we do? He's like, you're right, because my father did say this, the book did say that. So fine, put her in the middle. And just get ready to do this, but I'm just gonna say this. He who is without sin cast the first stone. That woman walked away. And then to that, I would say, what was the dude? Hey, dude committed adultery too, right? So why ain't y'all stoning him anyway? But the point is, learn. Quit judging, put the rocks down, and learn. Like, you know what? I ain't gonna do that. That's what TK is saying. And old girl is just so in her own world. This alpha mentality. You're not even talking fast enough. Talk faster. You feel me? This is and just ready to condemn. But at the same time, you want to refer to the Holy Scriptures. You're supposed to be this Christian or whatever. You had a child out of wedlock. How'd that happen for you? You're not submissive towards men. Like you're not trying to follow the Scriptures. I'm not mad at you. You ain't got to. Again, I can't throw no rocks. I'm a sinner too. I'm a heathen. I'm your friendly neighborhood heathen. I can't throw no rocks. I can't condemn you. That's between you and whatever deity that you subscribe to. Whatever deity or deities that you subscribe to. That, you know what I mean? I can't throw the first stone. I can't. I'm a sinner too. TK is like, yeah, I done made some mistakes, man. I done screwed this up. I'm a sinner, but learn from me. Don't do what I did. Do it a different way. Do it like old boy over there did it. Do it like little shorty over there did it. Do it like them people over there. Try that. But don't do this. 7 children, 7 different moms. I ain't married to none of them. Which, by the way, if he lived in biblical times, would have been okay. Would have been fine so long as he could provide for each wife. He could have married them all. Could have been his wife. On the spot, live, I am the single one. Not gonna lie. Looks great for 63. Yeah, bro's 10 years older than me, man. He looks younger than me. Miss AKA lady, but 7 times though. She can't look at Miss AKA lady trying to throw this rock. You can't throw the rock. You got to be without sin to throw the rock. But 7 times though. The youngest is 16. How old is he now? Right. And this is an older video, but TK at the time of recording this video was 63 years old. He might be 64 now. Let me pull out my calculator and see something. Yeah, you gotta look it up. I have seen him in clips judging plenty of women. Now we can't judge. You can judge all you want. All I'm saying is, as a dude, listen to his story. Y'all should listen to dude. Listen to him. Listen to Brother D Mac. Get fixed. Get fixed, because this is how it is. But as we're gonna see in this video, he takes care of his children. He's there. He's doing his thing. Yeah. So he was 47 and made another mistake. I believe shame is a useful tool. You can't shame somebody who don't care. Like, you can't shame a Pookie or a Ray Ray. You can't shame a 304. You can't shame them. We could try. Shame on you, TK. He might be out there working on number 8. He don't care. But I will say, if everything he said is true about the way that those children grew up and he was there to take care of the financial responsibilities and obligations and all the stuff associated with it, he was involved in their lives and he was forced to be involved, or he's dealing with women who didn't want to bring the state into it. They were able to work out their issue. I ain't got no problem with it. I ain't got no problem with it at all. He's out there doing this thing. I ain't got no problem with it. Do I want 7 kids by 7 different women? Absolutely not. Could it have happened? Absolutely, it could have happened. Could have. Thank goodness it didn't.
different people are going to get what they want out of it. Like you look at it that way.
You want to
like,
be Nick so bad.
No. I'm older than Nick. So Nick
wants to be you.
Yeah. So I'm older than him. My point that I'm making, any man, if you can learn from my situation, find one woman if you can, and stick with that one woman.
I just love how it's usually the men that can't keep it in their pants, the men that don't value a woman, the man that can't be in a relationship, the one that goes and tells us, go find one woman. You know who I'm going to take that advice from? From the man that has had the one woman, from the man that knows how to value a woman, that has with their actions on a daily basis shown how they value women. That's who I want to take the advice from, not the one who's still walking around state to state, putting their thing into anything.
I'm going to still tell you why that's wrong.
Why is that wrong?
Because you have so many people who are habitual liars.
Yes.
And 90% of men are habitual liars.
You know 90% of men?
Let me finish. 90% of men are habitual liars. The same way you got played, in a sense, having a kid.
I got played.
Yeah, you got played. You got played because you went for what the man was saying in this conversation. And is that your fault? Most women are in that situation.
Actually, it wasn't just...
That's a fact. I don't agree with what she's saying right now. Because you went out here and made these mistakes, you can't teach nobody nothing. That's insane. Who am I going to listen to about the dangers of heroin? Am I going to listen to some goody who ain't never been down that nasty rabbit hole? Or am I going to listen to the person who is, dealing with addiction and struggling every day and here to tell you, like, man, look at this, man, stay away from this world. Who am I going to listen to? Who are you going to listen to about combat? Somebody ain't never been punched in the face. Dude ain't ever been punched in the mouth in his life. Or you going to talk to the guy who survived, the Battle of Hamburger Hill. You're going to talk to a guy who was in Battle of Fallujah. You're going to talk about how war is. You know what I mean? You're going to have it from some dude who's maybe a high school football coach, ain't never joined the military. Or you're going to talk to about that man who was in Peleliu with the 1st Marine Division. You know what I mean? Who you going to come on now? I want the experience. I don't want to know what you think it might be like. I want to know exactly what it's like. Hold on one second, y'all. Yeah, my daughter snuck out of her room to see there's something fall. She was like, no, I don't know what I heard. Maybe someone tried to break in. But it doesn't make sense for someone to say, I'm not going to take advice from the person who did it wrong. I only want to take advice from the person who got it right. And what TK is about to point out to her is like, you don't know that person who did it right. You don't know if they're telling you the truth. You don't know what they really did or what they did or didn't do. Right? I want to take advice from everyone I possibly can. Everyone. I want to take advice from that dude who's homeless on the corner. I also want to take advice from a billionaire, like, someone who's on their way to being a billionaire, like Patrick Bet-David. I would listen to Donald Trump. And if he says something that's smart, like, let me take some advice on that. Like, hey, Donald Trump, how did you not get locked up with 91 indictments? How did you not get locked up? And you can tell me how, like, I might need that. Oh, that failed? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So that, like, it is what it is. And Miss AKA lady, she's like, so is TK a Pookie or a high value man? I'm confused. He sounds very Pookie-ish, but he is ranking RP member. Like he's a ranking RP member. Is he a Pookie or a Ray Ray? All right, well, financially, right? TK's a millionaire, if I'm not mistaken, right? He's been in the game a long time. He's been able to parlay that into quite the bag. So financially, he's a millionaire. He certainly makes over $100,000 a year, right? So that puts him in the top 15% of earners. I don't know if you've ever seen TK. I'm 6 feet. TK is taller and bigger than me. I want to say TK is about 6'3", 6'2", 6'3". I could be wrong. We have to look up his stats to find that out. But he's a physical presence, right? He's fit. We're talking about him now, and dude is like in his 60s, and he's still like, what did I'm the single one say? Like, not gonna lie, dude looks good for his age, right? He has access to a lot of women, right? Duh. Seven children, 7 different moms. Duh. Right. And it wasn't like, oh, it was the first 7 women I ever had sex with. Nah. So he has access. He can get intimacy from women. He has a lot of clout. He has fame. Right? So, like you said, what he's doing is Pookie-ish. The difference between someone like TK and a Pookie is TK can afford to take care of the situation, whatever that situation may be. Whereas the Pookies and Ray Rays can't. They just can't. You working at McDonald's paying your child support, you paying your little hot $5 a month because you got all these different kids, right? That's the thing. TK Kirkland is a top tier guy. He's a high value man because he is the dude basically that other men want to be, and he is obviously the dude that women want to smash. That puts him up there. I don't make the rules. I'm just reporting. Like, you know what I'm saying? Miss AKA lady, you're the general. I'm the sergeant major. This is how it goes. TK is definitely a top tier man. Point blank, period. If these 7 women that had his children thought that he was a brokey, do you think they would have had his children? All 7 of them? I don't think so. Do you think that he would have been in a position to even sleep with these women? All 7 of them? I don't think so. This guy right now can go out and run a rotation right now where the average dude can't. He has access to all of the women, even the alpha women, all the way down to the most submissive, traditional women are out there. Now, those traditional women, they're not gonna rock out with him. They're not gonna want to be around him because he moves Pookie-ish, like you said. He's a womanizer. He's out there doing his thing. But I would bet $1 to a donut, sis, that there's some women that some women in your circle that will smash TK Kirkland all day long. Maybe even some who would be baby mama number 8. Just saying. Miss AKA lady. It's not the advice that's the problem. It's his judgment of women while he's sitting 7 kids with 7 women. I mean, I can get you with that. Like you said, he's saying don't judge and all that. Maybe that's his way of circumventing that issue. That's definitely an issue. But back to the high value thing. There are men, right? The average number of sexual partners that a man in North America has in a lifetime is 7. Think about that. The average number of sexual partners that a man in North America will have in his lifetime is 7. TK got 7 baby mamas. How many women has this man been with? Probably thousands. I'm just keeping it 100. His body count has got to be up there somewhere with the moon. Comedian. You know what I mean? A physical specimen out there, clouded up, fame, going to different cities after city after city after city. I'm here to tell you, in the comedy game, I said this before a couple of days ago, right? There are groupies out there. There are women who see you, become infatuated, somehow taken by you, the way that you perform, the way that you do your thing. Man, they'll come back to the telling and smash you that night, bro. It's just the thing, man. And I'm talking about even the weirdo, ugly comics are getting known. The short comics are getting known. Don't be a dude who has a little bit of game. It is what it is. So yeah, according to the streets, according to the high value stuff with top tier stuff, yeah, TK is one of those dudes, man. Look at Miss AKA, she can't get past it. 7. How many baby mamas did Genghis Khan have? Right? How many wives did Solomon have? King David, how many did he have? You know what I mean? How many concubines did the leaders in the Ming Dynasty have? The shoguns during that Warring States period in Japan. How many concubines and wives did the shoguns have? Powerful men, wealthy men, top tier men always will have more women than the average dude, the bottom 80 dudes. That's just how it is. Hugh Hefner. Look at Hugh Hefner. Made hundreds of millions of dollars on being a playboy. He coined Playboy to what it is today, the legacy of Playboy. That man was in his 80s and 90s, and he had a house full of young, beautiful women. Dan Bilzerian. I'm not a Bilzerian fan, but look at what he's done. Dan Bilzerian. Right? He's not some big 6-foot stud, just and that. No, got money. People say his money came from his father who stole the money, but whatever. He has the money. He has women. That dude has had thousands of women. Talking about Dan Bilzerian. It is what it is. It's a horrible double standard. I would agree with you. You know what I mean? 7 baby mamas. That's not even a lot, really. If you start looking at history and stuff like that, Arnold Schwarzenegger knocked up his own maid. Schwarzenegger. In the very house, she cleaned the very house that his wife and his kids were in. Schwarzenegger was smashing that. Right? Do you think that was the only woman he was smashing? Got a baby by it. Throughout history, this has been the case. We don't make the rules. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I mean? How many STDs? Because only 7 got pregnant. Hey, maybe he had hundreds of STDs. Maybe he had none. I've been lucky, knock on wood. Never had to deal with that. But I've talked to a lot of female friends who have. They've dealt with that. It's like, ooh, word. You know what I mean? I was actually dating a woman a long time ago. We would take long walks every day. I would, come home from work or whatever. We would take long walks. And I remember we were taking a walk, and one of our walks, she was talking about the STDs, plural, that she has had. And I mean, that was it. I don't even think I was with her after that anymore. Sexually. Like, what? She got comfortable and just told me. I'm like, ooh, that was, in my mind, I'm thinking, that's some information she could have kept, but I'm glad she told me. She had multiple STDs. And I'm not trying to bounce back and forth to make women look bad, sis. I'm not trying to do that. I just wanted to give an anecdotal story. You know what I mean? I know dudes that have dealt with that. You know what I mean? I know people close to me was like, yeah, man, this one chick burned me. Early on, too, before the dude had game, like this woman seduced him and burned him. I had a woman that was trying to burn me. It was a woman, she had something and she was trying to give it to me. And she was like, I want to be with you, but we don't have to use anything, because I can't have babies, and latex gives me rashes or whatever. She was trying every trick in the book to get me, to smash her raw, and I wouldn't do it. And it turns out she was going around giving dudes STD. They were saying that she got 3 or 4 dudes before they actually caught up with her, before dudes started talking. I'm like, yo, she gave me this. 3 or 4 dudes in like, I don't know, a 3-month time period. So that's all she was doing, was going after dudes. And I'm not saying to say that she's a horrible person. That's just what she decided to do. She probably got burned by some dude, and this was her way of lashing out. It is what it is. It's just, that's the game. It's horrible out here, man. The streets are cold. There's some cold streets out here, yo. The game don't care. The game is cold. For whatever reason, I would not do anything with her unprotected. So yeah, maybe he did. You know what I mean? There's dirty folks out here.
Just that.
No, let me finish. But most women are in that situation. Most women get caught up in
So
the situation.
let me tell you something. If I were to be caught up by what people just say, I would have had 13 children by now.
Okay, so let me finish.
I've had men with the gift of
I know
gab.
that I'm
Okay,
talking
sorry.
slow,
Woo,
but let me finish my thought.
Let's go.
What I'm saying is there's so many women in that situation in life. There is no right path. There is no, you should do it this way. People do things happen.
But when do you take accountability for not fixing your mistakes?
When kids are here, it's nothing you can't fix your mistakes.
Again,
you can only be what you can.
It takes a lot for you to create a child.
It takes about a few minutes.
You know what's crazy? A woman can only get pregnant within a 40-hour time frame of the 30 days.
Yes.
It's like 24 hours, 48 hours.
And your point
very
is what?
small. You know how you know how much fucking you got to be doing raw?
Yeah.
In order to procreate 7 children with different women all the time.
You're talking about over 37 years, though.
No, we're talking about in over 19 years. 7 children. So, by children number 3, let's say.
Yeah, but that's your opinion, sweetie.
That is just logic.
It's millions of people, men, that had that type of situation.
Right.
And
how much you paying child support?
Yeah. I'm gonna pay nothing in child support.
Ooh.
Like, I'm a good dad.
Hold on, but you travel all the time.
Yeah,
they're
but I'm still
on different
a good dad.
But you don't pay child support.
Why would I pay child support?
So you take them to school every day. You take them to the doctor's offices. You take them to practices.
I
you
mess
take them
with
to the
women
play
that got
dates.
themselves together.
Okay.
And
Spoken like a true toxic man.
But
you know what it takes?
A true toxic man. She needs to get a different counselor because she has some things that she needs to let go. She was like, I was 17, got pregnant, had my baby when I was 18. And then immediately switches the guns on to TK and, you toxic man, you Pookie, you Ray, you what are you doing? How much you paying child support? Who would want to come home and deal with this type of woman? Not too many dudes in the top 20 would want to deal with this. Tons of guys in the bottom 80 would love to deal with this, come home to this woman. And this is what they got to deal with day in and day out. Just concession by 1,000 cuts. Just, I want to talk about child support. We're sitting here talking about right and wrong, and we're sitting here talking about how society works. This child support thing. 7 different women been with this man, and all 7 of those women chose to have his child. And all 7 of those women are just cool with the way that he's in the life of those children, of said children. And I don't believe he's been like put on legal child support or anything like that. He didn't mention it here. She didn't, he was just like, I take care of my kids. And he basically, he talks to, he said when his women, those 7 women talk to him, it's in the way that it sounds to me that TK still goes over there and smashes if he wants to. So he got 7 women who are probably out there doing their thing, having their own boyfriends or whatever. But whenever TK comes through, he can smash. He's circling the block, right? And it goes back to, well, why would they have these kids in the first place? Because they want to keep him around, right? They want to keep him around. They're not filing for anything. Like you said, he messes with women who got themselves together. They're financially there. They decided to have his child. They're not running to court. They're okay with the situation. You know what I mean? Yeah, is he top tier? 100%. 100%. This dude has game that's rare. This dude has pimp level game, but he ain't out there pimping. He ain't got these girls working for him, these women working for him. And he's there taking care of his kids. And old girl's like, well, child support, how much you paying? And what she's about to break down to, she's basically saying, well, how much are you giving the women, not the kids? How much are you compensating these mothers for the things that they have to do to be moms? And my thing is this, and think about this while she's saying what she's saying. They chose to be moms. Women have a choice. Women choose who gets born in America. Men don't have a choice. TK didn't have a choice. He couldn't sign a form and be like, all right, I'm waiving all financial responsibility or whatever, but I still want to smash you. He can't. You know what I mean? The men don't have a choice. And of course, this is going to change, I believe, over the next, the upcoming decades. I think this is going to change. Brother Mandrell, he's like, what's the chick's problem, bro? What's this chick's problem? She's just an alpha babe. She's just an alpha babe. That's all it is. Either he is saying he doesn't pay the women anything, which is wrong, or he doesn't pay a legal child support. If he ain't contributing at all, he is a terrible person when you consider his travel, right? That's one way of looking at it. Right? And that's not what he's saying. We're gonna run it. But I have some different thoughts on what you just said. Says that's one way of looking at it. But again, they decided to have his child. They decided not to use the system to go after him. So even if he wasn't paying, which he is, but even if he wasn't paying, they could have used the system, the legal system, to try to force him to pay, which they would come after you. But they did not. Why? Because they want him. They wanted to have his child. They're happy with the situation. It kind of goes back to running your place or whatever. It goes back to, obviously, in his situation, there are 7 women willing to share this one high value, slant top tier man. 7 women are willing to share this guy. 7 women went after the same dude. And then you got those bottom 80 dudes who are just sitting there still in the friendship zone, willing to pay to raise TK's kids if it came down to that. You know what I mean, Miss AK? Hey, lady, men absolutely have a choice in who they, I guess, bust in raw. That's where your responsibilities lie. I'm definitely going to teach my son that. That's a fallacy. I'm just going to keep it 100, sis. That's a fallacy. Right? Women have the choice. Women have choices. Men have zero. If you're going to teach your son anything, I would suggest humbly that you just teach him this is how the game works. And if you're with the woman wearing protection or not wearing protection, and something happens, if your actions lead to a pregnancy with said woman, she has all the choices in the world and you have none. That's just how the game works. That's what I would teach. That's what I teach young men. You have no choice and you have no say in the matter. This is how the game works. So if a woman in America meets a guy, both of them are whatever, at a party, they both drunk, they get together, they have sloppy sex, don't even know each other's name. And that interaction ends in a pregnancy. The man has zero choices moving forward. He has zero reproductive rights, none. And here, I'm not saying this because, I got heat, I got, smoke or whatever. This is how the game is played right now. This is where we are right now. The woman can decide to exercise her options and delete that pregnancy. That's legal. Even though people are like, oh my God, the Republicans are trying to change it. The blue states will never change and the red states are doing whatever they're doing. And Republicans are losing ground politically and they're going to come away from it. Donald Trump is going to lose his election for many reasons, but one of the biggest reasons is the Republican Party is just not in sync with America right now. So that's why the Republicans did so poorly in red states in the midterm elections like Ohio and Kentucky and Tennessee and Florida, down here in Florida, whatever. So Republicans are on the wrong side of this, trying to restrict a woman's right to choose. I think that's wrong. But a woman does legally have the right to choose. She's like, I'm not going to do it. She can choose. I'm gonna have this child. There's no legal mandate for her to tell the guy that he's the father. If she doesn't want to, she can just go ahead and raise the child on her own. There's no legal a mandate that she have to tell her significant other or husband that dude's the father, even though she knows who the real father is. And that guy, whoever the guy is, if he's in that situation, can be raising another child that's not biologically his, right? If a woman does that and gets caught by DNA testing down the road, she's not held to any kind of legal standard. The guy, if the guy were just to leave legally, the law says, well, y'all were married, so any baby that you have, at least here in Florida, any child that's born within the confines of a marriage, that child is legally considered the responsibility of the husband, whether this is biological or not. Right. So, you know what I mean? And anyone who's looked at this space understands that it's just wrong. Anybody who knows the difference between right and wrong, it's just wrong. The third option, she can decide, I'm going to have this baby. I'm all about this baby. Baby gets here 6 weeks later. You know what? I can't handle this. And she can give the child up for adoption. She can give the child to a family member. Right. She doesn't have to legally give the child up to the biological father, but she can. She can get a child up to the biological father. And if she does give the child up for adoption, give the child to a family member or give the child to the biological father, our society will not force her to be financially responsible for said child. In other words, you can't put her on child support. These are the three things that goes on in this country right now. It's legal. That's the game. That's the game. So I'm sorry, sister. I'm never gonna point my finger at some dude and be like, shame on you, deadbeat guy, when he doesn't even get a choice. When the other party in the situation get all these options. A woman can have your child. Decide she doesn't want to be the parent, doesn't want to be a mom. Give the child up for adoption. And if that child is legally adopted, you can't get your child back if you're the guy. There's a very famous case out there. This happened. Some very successful brother had to track down his child who was almost legally adopted in another state. He finally caught up to him and had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get his child away from a group of strangers. And they were trying to legally take his kid, saying things like, well, you know, they're well-to-do. And I mean, you can't financially handle this. The guy was an engineer. Guy made more money than that family. And that's when the racial component comes in, but we're not going to get into all that. The way the system is set up today is absolutely wrong. So when I talk to young men, I just, hey, man, this is how the game is played, bro. Fairness has nothing to do with it. This is what it is. You know, but the laws are slowly changing. There's some states where they're going to mandate DNA tests if you're going in looking for child support or whatever. There's states like Florida, they mandate it's in the child's best interest to have equal access to both parents. So it's 50-50. That's the best case scenario. If you're not married, I think being married and having that family dynamic is the absolute best case scenario. But in lieu of that, at least both parents get to participate in raising the child. They got to force them to co-parent. I get that. Right. And by doing that, you're basically taking away the process of monetizing children. You're basically taking away the child support thing. You can get a child support order and you can't even legally request an audit on what the money is being spent on. So it's definitely wrong. TK's case, man, he paid. We're about to hear what TK did, so you can hear from him. But you know, it is what it is. I tell young men, like, this is how the game is played, bro. Don't trip. And anyone who understands fairness, which Americans do, the vast majority of Americans, if not all Americans, are raised. They understand what's fair and what's not fair. We learn that in school. You learn fairness. One for you, one for you. You know what I mean? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. We understand fairness. Our family law system with respect to single people having kids is the most unfair system we have in this country, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. It's AKA lady. So man don't have a choice on who they get pregnant. Y'all are being forced into unprotected sex. I didn't say that. All I'm saying is it takes two to tango. The guy wants to be with whatever woman. He doesn't choose who gets to have intimacy. She does. In this country, women choose who gets sex, be it unprotected or protected or however it goes down. Women choose. Women choose, period. End of statement. Nothing follows. Women choose who have sex. That's why this whole Mano Swamp and Red Pill stuff, the top 20, bottom 80, all this is about the dudes at the bottom. This ain't fair. All of the dudes at the top are getting all the sexual access. What about us? Right? That's where all this comes from. Women choose who gets that Foxy Brown. Women choose who gets sexual access in America. So I'm sorry, sis. The choice on who they get pregnant lies with the woman who gets pregnant. She chose him from the very beginning. She chose to allow his silly game or his corny game or his great game or whatever he was doing. She allowed him to be intimate because that's what she wanted to do. And if that's not the case, if he forced it or whatever, whatever, you go to court for that. There are laws for that. You get locked up for that. They'll take your freedom from that in a heartbeat. Even if a woman makes a false claim that you took it or whatever, she makes a false claim. It's going to cost you a bunch of money to clear your name. You still might wind up locked up. And nothing will happen to that woman, even after they found out that everything she said was a lie. We're seeing that all over. It is what it is. I'm not here to condemn. I'm not throwing any rocks. I'm a sinner, just like everybody else. I can't throw the first stone. But this is how the game is played. Women choose. All the way down. Women choose. So even if we call it a draw on the, okay, man, woman, we agree to do something, we bounce up and down and it's over. Even if they both decided to engage in this risky activity, right? Even if they both decided to do it of their own free will, if it results in a pregnancy, that man has no choice. So I hear what you're saying. You're basically saying, well, the man chose to have sex with that woman Therefore, that's his choice. Okay. You know what I mean? Okay. So he doesn't get any other choices along this process. None whatsoever. Okay. And if you think that's fair, love, then okay. I will simply disagree with that. I would say that our current system is the most unfair system, one of the most unfair systems we have in America today. That's still on the books. One of them. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It's okay. Hey, lady, so a man don't have a choice on who they get pregnant. Y'all are being forced into 100%. No, okay, we read that already. So if a woman chooses to have sex with you, then you need to choose to wrap it up. Simple. Why are you missing the condom piece? No, I'm not missing the condom piece. I said that earlier on when you first mentioned it. And read the package of a condom. They're not 100% effective. I'm here to tell you. Trust me when I tell you, they're not 100% effective. Even especially magnums. Don't wear magnums. It's the second thing I tell dudes. Don't wear magnums. I'm pretty sure y'all can read between the lines on that one. They're not effective 100%. Now, I tell dudes the most effective thing you can do is go to the doctor and get a vasectomy. I know it's drastic, but that's the only thing you really do. Because if you get caught up in this game, I'm here to tell you, it could be very painful. Now, if you want to have a child, that's what you're out there doing, right? And if you could run it like TK is running it, then hey, by all means, make your dreams come true. 7 women, 7 different children, and they're all rocking with him. And it sounds like he's circling back to each and every one of them. Right? I'm not missing that piece at all, sis. I'm simply saying you need something better than that. I tell these young dudes, especially young dude, like, man, you doing something, you got a bright future, you really gonna be up there, you're gonna be a top tier guy, you're gonna be a 1%er or a 0.01%er. Yeah, man, you might want to get fixed. But the thing is, those guys who have the money don't care. The dudes who have the real big money and they want a bunch of kids, they can do it. They can do it. They got the bread. If you're a multimillionaire, you're not really worried about it. They can't take all your money, and you're not married, so you don't have to worry about alimony. It's simple. You're going to have the best lawyers, so you're going to be able to get the best play. If you're down here in Florida, you're going to have the best lawyers. I mean, in the way that they interpret the family law down here with respect to custody, you guarantee 50-50 custody. You might even be able to get more than that. Depends on how aggressive your attorneys are. It's going to cost money, but you got it. You sitting on 10, 50, 80 million, 100 million. You don't care. I got it. I got it. Right? So there are those dudes. So, I mean, it's just a tough one. It's a real tough one. Right? And I didn't miss that part. It says, like I said, condoms aren't 100% effective. If you walk around the world like everything is happening to you, then you have no control over your life. If you walk around the world and you get a woman pregnant in most parts of the world, there is no child support. There is no, they're like, they get on both of them. Well, you didn't marry him, so what do you want us to do about it? Right? You go to some places in the world, you don't even get a choice. The man or the women, they don't get choices. If you're in a situation where no one gets a choice, then what we're doing here kind of makes sense a little bit. But the fact that there are choices, it's just none of those choices are for the men. This is one of those uncomfortable truths that people just don't like hearing. And like I said, it is what it is. If you truly understand the difference between right and wrong, if you understand, well, I'm not going to say right and wrong, scratch that. If you truly understand fairness, there's nothing fair about the current system that we're under. Now, we could take that same argument back to the 1950s, the 1940s, the 1930s. There was nothing fair about what women had to endure back then, right? I'm cool on both sides of that. It wasn't fair back then either. I'm cool on that. But we're not living back then. We're living right now, 2024. It's not fair, right? One side gets all the options. The other side has none. The other side has none. Miss AK, hey lady, I didn't say he should have any other. He shouldn't have any other choices. I'm contesting your claim that he has no choices. Wearing a condom is a choice. Of course, they both have a choice. They can choose not to have sex, the man and the woman. Okay. I guess maybe I should put it to you this way. She has choices. She has liberties that are backed by the law that he doesn't have. she has choices and the legal ability to do things that he can't do. I'm trying to figure out a good way to put it, but we all know what time it is. We all know what time it is. They both decided to be intimate with each other. Once that choice is made, he has no reproductive rights moving forward. If that encounter, ends with a pregnancy, he is along for the ride. That's all I'm saying. That's just how it works. I'm not, again, it is what it is. It's the game. Like I say, don't hate the players, hate the game. I'm talking about the way the game is set up right now. You threw, if you a dude, after the two of y'all decide, like, okay, and to say that his choice to prevent getting wrecked down the road over a child is to not to have sex, that's disingenuous. That's disingenuous, in my opinion. Come on now. But I would agree with you. That's the best way to keep yourself out of trouble. Keep it in your pants. They've been saying that for how many decades now? Just say no, don't have sex. Just keep it in your pants. Okay, right. And the thing is, the vast majority of dudes who are dealing with this are the dudes in the top 20%, because those are the dudes who are getting sexual access anyway. The bottom 80 guys don't have to deal with this problem. Most of the guys I find who would be considered in the bottom 80 after they get divorced, they're the ones who are dealing with the alimony and all that kind of stuff. Like, they wanted kids. And there's a lot of dudes out there who, they want a child. Now, that's the thing. It'll never be completely fair. You can't birth half a child, right? And it's gonna go through society and be prosperous. You can't do that. And I don't believe you should force a woman to put herself to take that risk, because she could lose her life. I believe in the woman's right to choose. Her body, her choice. But like Dave Chappelle said, his wallet, his choice. I also believe that men should have an opportunity to opt out of the financial responsibility of being a father, right? Which is one of her options, right? Let's not gloss over that part. Women in America can have a child, and then after a couple weeks decide, I don't want to be a mom, and give the child up and walk away financially free and clear. She's not a deadbeat. She can't be hit up for child support. That's all I'm talking about. How come a guy can't have access to that option? That's what I'm talking about. Miss AKA, like, yeah, she has more choices. That's why it's imperative for him to be responsible on the front. And ain't about game. It's about personal responsibility and accountability. So why does he have to be responsible on the front end, but she doesn't? Right? I mean, for this part, for this to be true, he has to be responsible on the front end, but she does not. And we always say women are smarter than men and they mature faster than men, right? And right? I mean, I agree with that. Women are. Bill Burr has a bit on that. Like, women, with your superior, with your big brain. Like, have you ever looked into a sports bar on a Sunday and watched these dudes, these big fat dudes walking around talking about their fantasy football team? It's like, you're losing to that. I gotta send that to you. So, I did send that. Didn't I send that to you? Did you watch Bill Burr's special at Red Rocks? This Red Rock special, live at Red Rock specials on Netflix. Girl, watch that. Watch that. Watch that. But all I'm saying is, it's not fair. Even by the statement you're making right here, it's not fair. We know it's not fair, but it is the game. And you best understand that as a boy, as a male in America, you best understand that. It is a game. You don't have any reproductive rights, period. None. Now, I believe that's going to change over the next few decades. I really do. I don't know to what extent. Again, what Florida's done down here with, 50-50 custody as a default, that hopefully that'll catch on to the rest, to the other 49 states. And that'll be the law of the land. I think that's a great thing. Mandatory DNA testing, I think that'll be a great thing. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to get there, but we'll get there eventually. I think those are great things. Right. And then either give a man an opportunity to walk away financially, just like a woman has the opportunity to walk away financially, or take away her ability to walk away from the financial responsibility. Yeah, you can get your child up, but we're going to tag you for child support. Just like we do to men. Right. And I know that has its own hazards and stuff like that. I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. And we're not going to get into that now, but I'm just saying these are the kind of things which I don't think they're going to ever take away those rights from women. All I'm saying is extend those rights to men. That's the equality that I'm talking about. That's what I mean. And this is why I love my day ones. You know what I mean? Miss AKA Lady makes me think. We've had these conversations. We've had debates in real life. I just sit back and be like, man, this woman is sharp. You got to sit there. But just a quick aside, you should have people in your circle, people in your bubble, people in your network, people in your village that challenge your views. And if you can't defend your views against your people, then maybe you should reconsider your view. We can go all day on this one. I can't lose on this one right here. I can't lose on this one, sis. Especially when we're talking about the are the current family laws as we interpret them in America fair to men and women? I can absolutely tell you they are not fair. And if you line up 100 people, I'm willing to bet that the majority of those people would agree with me. No, this is not fair. But this is how the game is. This is how the game is played. So move accordingly. I'm with you there. Miss AKA Lady says, I would argue a woman has more responsibilities because the consequences are greater. Agreed. I'm not going to push back on that. But my original and current point is men have a choice. Since you have backed off that point, we agree now. Men have a choice. And the choice that you're saying that the choice men have is to not have sex. Or you were saying it's more to the point to not have unprotected sex. And right away, the choice is wearing a condom. And I told you that condoms are not 100%. So I would say the only real choice then, if we were to follow this logic through to its conclusion, right? If we were to put this through the old
think tank, Arch, nothing gets past the old think tank. Nothing.
If we were to put this through the think tank, I would simply say to avoid a possible issue with getting wrecked in the family court system, young man, don't have sex or get a vasectomy, because condoms ain't going to do it. Condoms ain't going to do it. But I'm with you there, sis. More than 100% respect. I got love for you. I ain't got nothing but love for you. Look, like I said, I love strong women. I love being around strong, smart women. I love being around, alpha dudes. I love this. This is why I do this. This is great. And these are the kind of conversations that we need to have, not just along the red pill mano swamp world, but we need to have these conversations, politically. Killer Mike was on Bill Maher's show, man, talking about reparations and, talking about how Americans need to come together and hold politicians' feet to the fire. And he was talking about how forget about national politics and focus on local politics, right? And he's sitting there across the table from Sununu, New Hampshire governor. And it was like another Republican talking person there as well. Man, Killer Mike is a beast, y'all. I don't know if the way the way the LA did him, arresting him for misdemeanor assault because I guess they say allegedly it was some overzealous security guy was talking crazy to Killer Mike. And I guess either Mike pushed him down or someone pushed this security guy down. I gotta follow up. I'm looking into that, trying to follow up on that. But Killer Mike is a force, y'all. A force. But yeah, 100% respect. I got nothing but love for you, sis. Nothing but love. Don DeMarco to you.
Don DeMarco.
She's like, right. Avoid unprotected sex. Condoms are way more effective than they are not. And so are all of the different birth control choices available to women out there, right? You get that shot or whatever, you get the IUDs put in there. There's all sorts of birth control, right? Going all the way back to the pill. So you see what I'm saying? Like when we start to really look at it, there's no adjustment for the unfairness for after the facts, right? And I'll leave it there for you for now. We might have to, girl, we're gonna have to bring you up and have this proper debate one day, because this issue ain't going nowhere. Ain't going nowhere. Right? We need to go ahead and have this debate. When it comes to having sex, I hold men and women equally liable for the outcome, equally responsible for what they're doing. But once a woman is becomes pregnant, the guy has zero choices. Is 100% female at that point, which it sounds like, again, we're agreeing on this. So let's get back to TK.
Basically, I would rather today, where I am today, I'm doing it alone.
Yes.
And it's hard. But you know how easy it is for me to go and work and make the money. I have to have a nanny, right?
Yes, yes.
And she has to, like this morning, I'm at the radio station. She got to take him to school.
Yes.
She sometimes has to take him to practice.
But you don't have no help. My kids, I help their mothers.
That's their mother. How do you help them? With
No,
what? If you're not there with time and you're not there with money, how are you helping them?
Yeah, but I am there with time and I'm there with money.
How can you? You're one person, 7 kids, 7 states.
My kids are grown.
When they weren't.
I did it when they was grown.
They didn't grow.
When they was babies.
So they popped out of the vagina at 30?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying, no. What I'm saying to you, when my kids was born,
from 0 to 18, how much?
A lot of time, and we're still close.
What
to
are
this
the
day.
ages? Do you even know the ages?
Yes, 37 to 16.
No.
Do you hear how slick she being with it? Do you even know their ages? She was really trying to sneak them in there, but TK has something for her.
Give me 6.
Yeah, 37, 32, 26, 22, 21, and 20 and 16.
So you have 3 that are a year apart.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and they're all in the same state?
No.
So when those 3 kids, let's just focus on 3 out of the 17 you got. Those 3, they're growing up and they have to do like that those first 5 years of their lives. How often could you have possibly been
That's
there?
true, but so
were you paying child support then?
So I don't pay child support.
Okay, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on.
Like, why would I pay child support? I'm not a bum.
Because did you pay for their school?
Of course.
Okay, so
but you talk so fast, you don't let people get their thoughts out.
You just kept saying I don't pay child support.
You're a judge.
No. You kept saying I don't pay child support.
You put people on the.
Okay, so all these
when
children
I say I pay, no. Let's make sure we're clear. It's very important because I got my parents.
Child support,
Let me finish my thought, darling.
Oh, 2x.
Thank you. Yeah, make sure. When I say don't pay, that's the communication gap.
Okay.
When you saying, what do I pay? You're thinking child support. I'm not giving anything. I'm saying I take care of my babies.
Okay, what does that look like?
Yeah, it looks like you take care of you.
Can you explain to me what it looks like?
Yeah,
for you to have taken care
the
of
school,
kids?
clothes, trips, etc.
Okay. What about they live in the house with their mom 24/7, right?
Yes.
They live in their home. So do you pay any of those bills in their house?
Yes, I did. They grown now.
We're gonna focus.
When they were kids, yes.
So the 16-year-old not right now. So you still have one that's underage.
Yes, and well taken care of.
What does that look like now today?
It's amazing.
What does it look like?
What do you mean? What it looks like
for the 16-year-old right now? What does that look like? How do you take care of him?
Visit. We hang. Go to games, etc.
School.
Yeah,
he
goes to, I don't take him to school. No, he's 16. No.
So who drives him to school?
His mom.
So you pay for the gas?
No.
Do you pay for her car insurance?
No.
Do you pay for her car bill?
No.
Do you pay for her light bill?
No.
Do you give her money for food?
Of course.
How much?
Whatever she needs.
So every month you don't.
I don't see.
So she has to ask you for it.
See, here's the thing: the structure with most women, and this is how you're thinking. You're thinking, I need X, Y, and Z, but there's some women on this planet who move a certain way, and when they need something, because if you got your stuff together,
so how about you get your stuff together?
Some women will say, baby, I need this, and it's done.
Baby, you are my baby daddy.
No.
We made a mistake, right? Remember?
There you go again with the energy and your toxic energy.
I'm not toxic.
And the way.
I am
let me finish. And your energy influences negativity. You don't stay calm.
That's what she said. I am not toxic. She is absolutely toxic. Absolutely toxic. If someone sets you up on a blind date, you get there and she's sitting on the other side of the table.
Houston, we have a problem.
Absolutely have a problem, man. I'm out of there. She is 100% toxic. She is really upset with her situation. This is why she needs to go back and talk to whoever's she's been talking to, whatever counselor has been taking her money, because they haven't fixed any of her problems. She is not happy with her situation. She said right here, I take care of everything. She chose to do that. Right? Who out there in YouTube land watching this believe that she ain't getting child support and she didn't run to the court to get child support from that dude? But like I said, she was 17, barely 18. How old was dude? Was dude 17 or 18? Was he 15, 16? She out there, I'm gonna get child support. Okay, fine. With all the money you make, what's this little $30 a month, $100, $300 a month, whatever, coming from this dude, because he obviously he ain't making the kind of money you need. Otherwise, you probably would stay with it. But y'all was kids, you made a mistake. Whatever, I'm doing this all on my own. Okay, fine. But she made that choice. She chose to do it all on her own. Right? She said it like, I do it all alone. We can't let that pass. I do it all alone. She chose to. She had options. This is the option she chose. But she mad. How come you ain't paying child support? Then she turns around and says, you say you don't pay child support. No, you asked me if I pay child support, and I said, no, I don't pay child support. But the TK said, I'm not a deadbeat. I take care of my kids. Then she gets into this, well, you're not there. She said, like, well, you're a traveling comedian, you work all the time, you ain't there. He wouldn't be there regardless. Even if he was at home with one woman and they had 7 kids, he would be out like they were back in the day. Traditional men go out, make the money. He would have been out anyway. He still wouldn't have been there. You feel me? It's just like, well, I wouldn't have been there anyway. Well, you got 7 kids spread out over, a region of the country or whatever. Like, well, you pay for their school? Yeah. You pay for their clothes? Yes. You pay for entertainment? Yes. I come get them. I take them places. We do things. I take care of all that. Do you pay for food? Yes. Well, how much do you pay? Whatever she needs. You know what I mean? She hits me up. Hey, baby, I need this. Baby? You ever little shorty got mad? Baby? Oh, baby? You my baby mama. I'm your baby mama. You my baby daddy. Ain't no baby. Right, because you ain't in her situation. These 7 women, these 7 baby mamas, quote unquote, they like the situation. They hitting him up like, yeah, daddy. Yeah, I'm gonna need, go ahead and bless me with 5,000, 10,000 in the account or whatever. Yeah, daddy, I need this for that. I need this or whatever. Then she's like, well, you paying for her car insurance? You paying for her car? You paying for her gas? He's like, no, I ain't paying for none of that. You paying for her utilities? No. She still has a responsibility as a grown-up. Why should he have to pay for her? You see how that slipped in there? Going back to the fairness of the family law system. It's not about giving money to support the child. It should be 50-50, right? We know how much it costs to raise a child in America. The Department of Agriculture, they track it every 10 years. We know exactly how much it costs to raise kids everywhere, every zip code in America. They track it. And so when you look at, you talk about the family law system, you want to make it a little more fair. You want to go ahead and, adjust for it. There should be a cap. If you live in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and you have a child with a woman y'all were never married, we know how much it costs to raise a child in Fayetteville, North Carolina over 18 years, period. Done. Your child support should cap out at 100% of that number. Your default child support would be 50%, right? If y'all 50-50, right? If you got 50-50 custody, really should be no child support. You pay for what you pay for. She pays for what she pays for when she has the child. You do yours, whatever. But if you want to attach money to it, the cap should be 50%. I have my child half the time, so the child support number should only be 50% of what it costs to raise the child. That should be the cap, right? Or something similar to that, right? I think that's coming as well. Again, over the next few decades, we're going to see stuff like that come. You have people out here paying $30,000 a month in child support for one child. Like, why? Well, because you're a wealthy guy. What doesn't cost $30,000 a month to raise a child? Right? And there's ways to deal with that. Like, okay, now you got to go to a separate court. You're a wealthy dude. You got to go through a separate court. And then you wind up in like a TK situation. Well, I'm paying for school. I'm paying for clothes. I'm paying for maybe transportation. Like, all right, we got a school. The school pays for the bus or whatever. I'm gonna come and get I'm gonna come get my children. We're gonna have some outings, some funds, and this and that. I'm gonna do all that. Why do we need to bother the court system? Why do we need to feed the system that's paying all these judges and attorneys and all the rest of it, right? I think that's gonna change. Ms. K later was like, yeah, never roast a comic. Please don't try it, especially someone as good as TK Kirkland. He's been in the game 30 years plus. I am a single one. He's doing good so far. Can't lie. She won't let him talk. That might be her thing, though. I've never seen her. I don't know if that's her thing. It just, I'm starting to look at some of her content. She talks to mostly women. I think she just got really wrapped up in her emotions. I think she really got wrapped up in her situation, with her child, and she's just fiery. She's just mad. Miss AKA Lady's like, man, that 7 gonna hit every time. Like, she can't get past it. Like, that's 7. But he's got 7. He has 7 women willing to share him. I guarantee you. I bet you he's smashing any of those 7 anytime he want to. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. If he ain't smashing, it's because he don't want to. They want him around. They had his children guaranteed at least 18 years. I'm gonna be dealing with this dude. They wanted him around, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm giving you my point. When you do all that and the tone of your voice creates that type of energy.
Okay,
So what I'm saying to you is there's people on this planet that just totally move a different way. You're not child support. You're not a judge. All
Not
you
a
can do
mother.
is say what you would like for your life. You can't say what's good for somebody else's life because everybody moves
There is not
differently.
one mother. Find me one mother
Mhm.
in this world. I don't care what language they are, what country they're
Okay.
from. One mother
Uh-huh.
that is okay with raising time-wise
I'm listening.
and financially
Mhm.
their child, with the dad saying, "Yeah,
I
throw a
know
couple
5
dollars."
of them.
Shit. He knows 7 of them. These 7 women right here seem to be cool with the situation. He's saying he knows 5 more on top of that. There are women out there who don't care about that. So there are women out there who put their children's interests above all else, above their own interests. And they're like, I want dad involved no matter what that looks like. I don't need the money. I don't care about the money. I want dad involved. And we're going to do it however it goes down. But when you're dealing with alpha types, be it male or female, they want it their way. And then we're living in a society where the court system backs people like her, like the alpha woman. The court system could back you. They can go in there and jam you up. There are people out there who use the court system, men and women. They're mostly women, those keep it 100. Currently using the court system now just to lash out at folks, even if it means lying, even if it means breaking the law. And now that we're not even prosecuting women for doing these sort of things, the dude's that one Major League Baseball player, he lost tens of millions of dollars trying to clear his name. And finally it came out that the woman was lying about him being abusive and all this other kind of stuff. She was lying just to get money. She wound up getting like money from an insurance company, but she didn't get the money she was after. Even with the proof, dude went and proved it all. Her text messages to her friends talking about how she moves, and she was a predator, a straight up predator. There are women out here who do this. And men find themselves in the court of law trying to figure out what's going on, trying to clear their names, meanwhile hemorrhaging money. And then it comes out in the end that the woman lied and they don't do anything to her. Oh, okay, whatever. We're just going to let that go. No, nothing. No, that's illegal. Where's the prosecutor? Lock her up. That's the system we're in. It is what it is. There are women out there who are cool with the system. Everyone doesn't think the same. She does not listen. Even when he's saying, like, you got to listen. And she's sitting there like, okay, I'll talk softly. She is not listening. This is the type boss babe, today's modern woman. There's a lot of women out there like this. Not as extreme as this lady. I grant you that. Not as extreme as this lady. But they're out there. And it's like, what is going on? And these women are out here. How come men don't want to talk to me? How come men don't initiate? How come men ain't hollering at me? How come men don't want to get married? Why is these dudes just out here smashing and passing? How come they just, pump and dump? Because you're going after a certain type of dude, right? I can't be mentally stimulated by a broke guy. That's what this lady said right here. I can't be mentally stimulated by a broke guy. Word? Okay, then go get pumped and dumped.
Call him right now.
No, I'm not gonna call him
I
because
want
I'm
you to call
grown.
one woman right
No,
now to
I
tell
don't.
me
No,
I'm
no,
cool
no.
with
I
it.
don't do that.
I
But
thought so.
no.
I thought so.
I'm 63. We don't
One
do that.
woman. You don't gotta tell me who she
Let me
is.
explain to you what I mean.
Quick.
When you're grown,
Five. They're 5 to 5, not one.
you
We'll
don't
speak.
have to move that way. When you're grown, you don't have to prove that. What I'm
Well,
saying
we're having a conversation
Yes,
to educate other people, and if you can show me one woman,
but I'm sharing with you. You should know.
I'm not taking your word for it.
You
You're not
got
a
to,
woman.
but you still got to keep an open mind. You cannot.
I
let me
am, and I
finish
want to
a-
hear it.
Let me finish a second. You cannot say You know for a fact that's how people move.
I'm telling
You cannot do that.
on this.
You can. You're basing it on your own personal journey.
I'm telling you,
I
right now,
got
prove
33
me
years
wrong.
on you.
You're not a woman or a mother.
It's not. I'm
so
not
you
saying.
Can't speak to me on that. And if
I'm
you tell me you know 5
listen
women,
to what I'm saying.
You mean to tell me you telling me you know 5 women who cool with this column? He has 7 women that he's personally invested with that are obviously cool with this. The 7 women that had his children. Like she was, I mean, and in her mind, she's thinking, I'm killing this guy. I'm showing him for who he is, man. She is destroying herself. Destroying herself. This woman is, man, she looks so out of pocket. Again, what man who's in the top 20% who has built something out of himself would deal with this, would want to come home to a woman with this type of energy? Now, granted, maybe she amped it up because she's on camera. But like I tell women all the time, if you alpha, you alpha. You cannot turn it off. You cannot turn it off. I could be feminine for the right guy. Bullshit. Bullshit. You are who you are. We are who we are. I can't stop being me. Not even for a minute. I can't turn it off. Maybe I could do it for a minute. Certainly can't do it for 2 years, which is I always suggest if you're gonna be with a woman, and I tell this to ladies too, y'all might want to vet these dudes. 2 years. 2 years. Right? It's hard to lie for somebody and sustain that lie for 2 years. That's how long I take to vet people. 2 years. You know, if I see anything I don't like within that 2-year time period, then it's a wrap. Like I ain't, I'm done. Brother Mandrell, he was like, I won't put up with this chick for 10 minutes, bro. Like Mandrell, like I couldn't do it. Who wants to? It's a fight. Who wants to fight? Who wants to come home to this fight every single day?
That are cool.
If you're saying that you're right, what makes you think I can't be right?
Because you have no idea what it's like.
You're
You've
not
never
understanding.
done it.
You're asking about what's right.
No, I'm not.
I have to respect your.
I think okay, so maybe you lost in translation.
You have to make sure.
You just be talking and get people fucked up.
You have to
with
make
the
sure
words
you
and slow
understand
talking.
one thing. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Everybody has their own experiences. And one thing you can't do is, especially a 63-year-old, you can't
stop throwing your 100 years on this earth.
I gotta throw that into you because
just because you're 63 doesn't make you wise.
It makes you wisdom.
No, it does not.
Give you, well, it gives me wisdom. I can't speak for the men that you probably met in your journey, but I know I got my shit together. What I will say is there's no way in hell you're going to tell me, and we're gonna move on because if you're not gonna call her, it's not gonna make no point in talking about it. Well, but there's no way in hell you're gonna ever convince me without calling her and show me one woman that says I'm cool. We're taking care of. Okay, so but you have to respect my opinion too.
I'm not talking about opinions. I'm talking about prove to me and show me one woman.
But when you move through life a certain way, you don't have to prove. The great thing about it is we're on air and people will make their own decision. And here's the thing:
there's not one woman that.
I gotta say this real quick. She's saying you can't find a woman out there who's okay with her decision. She's sitting here arguing with TK saying you can't find a woman out there who's okay with who's cool with just taking on the responsibility of raising a child as a single mom. Never been married, got this child, I got to raise this child on my own, and you can't find a woman who's cool with it. I'll revert back to what I was saying earlier. If a person chooses to be, if you choose to be a single mom, and that's what that really is, isn't it? You chose to do that. You have options. You could have got into it and like, you know what? I'm going to get this child up for adoption and be done with it. You could have done that. You chose to raise that child. You know what I mean? Like, she's losing me in her argument. You know what I mean? She's just losing me in that argument. I just want to throw that out there real quick, Miss AK. Like, you're get out that man's phone. Like, yeah, what would she say to a woman who said, yeah, I'm cool with it? What would she say to that woman? You lying? That's cap, girl. You ain't cool with it. You really want some more money? Like, I don't. You might. Lil Shorty is really upset with her situation, and she's just throwing it all on TK.
I chose to have a baby with someone that they didn't think they were going to be. Watch what I'm trying to say. Time-wise.
Watch what I'm trying to tell you. On my Instagram right now, I guarantee you're going to have people that'll say, I'm down with that.
If you're on his live right now, DM me. I'm about to open up my DMs. If you're a woman,
no,
we're gonna we
can read it.
No,
I guarantee you.
We ain't go. You gotta put your glasses on because you can't see.
Don't worry about me.
Look at you. Like
you know what they say? She is annoying. That's what they say. She's annoying. Well, television tells your true vision. Keep my panties any day, TK. She's a narcissist. What else? I told you. See, everybody moves a certain way. Thank you, guys. What else? What else?
This is terrible.
Just see how dang. That's what they're saying about you.
Dang, no, about you.
No. These are my people.
Exactly.
These are
that's
my
the
people.
problem.
This is not there. This
is why you don't amplify certain voices.
So what I'm trying to say is that people move.
This is why you don't amplify certain voices. Look at her. Look at her expression. She's salty right now. She hurt. She looking at those comments right now, and she know what he's saying is true. She's a narcissist. She's toxic. What are you doing there, bro? Make her stop. You know what I mean? What's going on? Another lady was like, TK, you can have my panties any day. She wants to be number 8. She wants to be baby mama number 8 right now. TK in the 60s. Old girl's going through the comments. When this was live, old girl's going through the comments. She thought for sure she was out there with the banner. Yeah, I'm winning for the girl power. Yeah, alpha women, boss babes. Here we go. Then she's looking at the comments. She can't find one comment in there backing her up. Look at her face, man. Look at her face. She can't find one comment. She's reading those comments. Just talking, going crazy on TK. Look at you, old man. You got to put glasses on. Yeah, I got to put glasses on so I can read properly what these people are saying about you. Like, yeah, they said that about you. Nah, they said that about you, shorty. Look at her. She was hurt. And at this point, she lost a lot of wind in her sails in this conversation, in this interview. At this point, moving forward, she was like, damn. And I haven't even read the comments. I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to do that when this show is over. I'm going back, read some of those comments. Now she's hurt. And this is another problem with the alpha women out there. They're so daggone fragile. You want to be a boss, babe? You want to be an alpha? You got to take the slings and arrows. You got to get out here and you got to, you know what I mean? You got to go out here and engage. You in the trenches, you fight, you on the front lines. So many women I know that are like top tier alpha babes. What do they always say? I get so tired. I'm just so tired. I just need some help. You need some help? There's so many women out there using the court system to keep children away from the biological father. Using the court system to do that. And then they turn around and say, I need help. It's so hard. It's like, well, why don't you just let him have his child half the time? You won't have to worry about it being so hard. You see what I'm saying? You see where the unfairness comes in here. This woman right now, she hurt right now because people are calling her out like, you are a narcissist. Toxic girl. Run. Toxic femininity. You see it everywhere. They talk about toxic masculinity. You talk about toxic femininity. It's everywhere. Everybody want to talk about, you know what I mean? You're a misogynist. Hey, look, she's a misandrist. She's sliding in every chance she get. Look at your old butt. You got to put on glasses. Oh, you old. Oh, your whole family died. So what? She has nothing but utter contempt for men. Except for the dudes she wants now. The guys she wants, she cool with them. But the rest of them?
Differently in life. And you have to respect that. That's what I'm trying to say. See, you thinking you getting on me, but these people are getting on you because this is coming from them. They watching you. They have no idea who you are.
Again, I just want one woman to tell me.
No. You're missing again. They are watching you, and this is pure.
I get it because the way that
I'm not saying that you're wrong. No, I want to make sure I'm clear. You're not wrong.
No,
you're not. It's just that it's the 7 billion people on this planet. People move differently.
Look, he's saying, I'm not saying you're wrong. What did Kevin say? You say that, especially alpha women, they got that need to be right. And she's like, well, I still want to hear from that one woman that says she's okay with it. There's plenty of women out there who are okay with it. There's women out there, I take it a step further. There's women out there like, man, I wish I chose the right guy. I just want the guy to show up. I don't want any money. I just want him to take his son or daughter to the park every now and then. I met women. I'm like, man, I just want him to take her, take these kids to the circus. I'll pay for it. I ain't even got to be there. They're out there. But this woman can't fathom that. Like, they're out there, shorty. Like TK said, man, what do you say? 700 billion people or whatever on the planet, whatever that number was. There's a ton of people. Everyone does not move the same way. He's absolutely right. And she still, now look, she done popped that phone up. She wants to read these comments, right? And she was like, he's like, all these negative people, these people looking at you a certain way. And what did she say? Well, them your people. Them people. You think that 100% of the fan base and 100% of the comments are coming from just TK's people? Absolutely not. They coming from her folks. Like, girl, you wrong, girl. What did Miss AKA lady say? Get out that man's phone. Leave it alone. You know what I mean? I am the single one is like, TK's doing good so far. Little shorty out here, like, she won't even let him talk. Like, little shorty out here tripping. Her people too. She's reading those comments. I'm telling you, she calmed down a little bit from this point on, moving forward in the conversation, in the interview.
And that's what I feel, instead of you trying to tell me I'm wrong, I want you, because you have.
We've never been. We have not been talking about right or wrong.
No, you're not saying that I'm right, and you're not saying that I'm wrong either. But your energy says that I'm wrong.
Oh,
so what I'm trying to say,
my
in life, people move a certain way in this game, and that's why it's called life. That's why when you watch the news and you see people going through problems, you watch, you read things on Instagram, you see the issues. Everybody, and we go, "Oh my God, I can't believe someone did that." That's life.
She crushed right now, man. She's reading those comments. She's crushed right now. Her feelings hurt. Her face cracks. She got in over her head. And people are holding her to account for what she's saying, for how she acted. What TK say? Oh, you didn't say I was right or I'm wrong, but your energy. What does he mean by that? Your body language, the way you handling this interview, the way you handling this conversation. We know exactly where you stand on this. Come on now. Miss AKA lady, she said, she'll call you out. She will stand up and say no. She will call you out, but this lady doesn't want to necessarily do that. But she's trying to call him out without actually saying it. The people in the chat see it. It just destroyed her. She thought she was doing good. It just destroyed her. It destroyed her.
Life does happen.
Yeah, life just happens. So regardless if it's one time, regardless of 7 times, regardless of 15 times, does it make it wrong for that person? If you're morally correct,
when are you gonna learn the lesson?
The lesson's learned. But here, give me an example.
Because you're shooting powder at this point.
No, not shooting powder. My uncle's 80-something years old. This is my mother's brother.
Uh-huh.
And we talked just a few years ago.
Okay.
And he feels the same way you do. And when I do it, I feel bad, right? So he said, "Hey, Terrence, how you doing?" And he said, "How the kids?" And one day we talked, this was years ago. I said, "I have 7 kids." He said, "Terrence, you got 7 kids?" And I know his energy is what you're saying, right? So I'm thinking about my mother. I'm thinking about my dad. And I know if they was alive, they will be like, "Wow, T." But what I'm trying to tell people who does go down that path is, don't never feel bad about what you've done. Accept what you've done, so you don't wind up being depressed. You have to go see therapy. And
look, they got the camera on her for whatever reason. The producer landed on her, or whoever's doing this, the tech or whatever. And she was still looking at those comments. Now she's on her computer. She's on her Mac looking at those comments. Look at her face. Look at her expression. They must have been roasting the hell out of her live when this was going on. She's in the comments. Her tone done softened. This is what happened to alpha. This is what happened to alpha chicks. This is what happens. There's probably a bunch of dudes in there like me and Mandrill. Like, I would never deal with this woman. Man, no wonder dude canceled on her. What the hell? And there's still a legion of men who want to talk to her. There's a legion of men who want to go out with her. The bottom 80 dudes that they can't stimulate her mentally because they're brokies, because they make less than she makes. She can't stop looking at them daggone comments. We're gonna wrap this up in a minute.
And if you accept what you've done, it feels better as a man. Doesn't mean your life is perfect. I'm quite sure you got other things in your life. You may not be a thing with children, but just like they saying you're a narcissist, and you probably don't believe it.
Well, here's the thing.
No, let me finish.
Do you know what narcissism is?
No. Everybody used that word
No.
and throws it out there, but that's not what I'm trying to say.
But that's why I don't pay attention to them.
But
because
what
it's
I'm
like, they don't
trying
even
to
know what it
say in
is.
life, and this is just me to you, because you're beautiful, you're intelligent. Be open-minded to know that the world is not perfect. Be
That would
open.
Look, everybody in that chat must have been calling her a narcissist. That's why she landed. They must have all been calling her a narcissist. Right? A word that she probably uses all the time to describe other dudes. Or in this very interview earlier in the stream, she was talking about how men are toxic and this and that. And the only toxic person that we can see is the lady on the left. Those comments slowed her all the way down. All the way down. She thought she was doing something good. She thought she was getting big on this guy. A lot of women can't handle being alpha. They just can't. They think they can until they get out there. And the world doesn't work like the little engine it could. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can my way into the situation that I believe I deserve. No, it doesn't work that way. You're not going to think I can your way into a millionaire, top tier man who's in shape and handsome and charismatic and funny and all the good things and love puppies and cats and is good with kids. You're not going to, I think I can, into a situation like that where that man is going to marry you. That's not going to happen. I think I can. I think I can. With this type of attitude, nah. All that's going to happen is you're going to think I can your way into a situation where he bends you over, blows your back out, then he sends you on your way. Miss AKA lady, it could have been a good debate. The biggest win is TK never once allowed her to knock him off his square. Her lack of self-control came through. Facts. And she thought she was righteous. What it is in her mind, she came into this thinking, I'm righteous. I can cast the first stone. No, you cannot. And that chat ripped her. Those comments ripped her. And she's like, oh, but those are TK's people. Nah, she got to looking at those chats. No, there's people who follow her. She couldn't stand it.
Minded to know that people do certain things, and that's just the way their life is. And
I think
it
that
doesn't approve to you, but that's my life. I had to live with my life, and I chose the way I live, and I can accept it. Like, I'm against people being gay and homos, but I have to accept it because that's their truth. That's their life. I'm not going to condemn them. Now, I don't like it, just like you don't really like what I'm doing. Well,
it's not that I don't like what you're doing. The only thing that I don't like, and again, there's a difference, right? Because sometimes when you come cool, calm, collective, and you speak like that, I speak with my hands. I'm passionate when I'm talking, and I go, right? So
she knows her shortcomings, but she's not going to change. Right? She's telling him basically, man, you come in here and you sitting here like a G, cool, calm, collected. Like Miss AKA lady said, man, you on your square. I can't even get you off your square. Right? You come in with all this wisdom, you making sense. And here I am, throwing my hair around and throwing my hands up and getting all. He's like, that's just me. I'm amped, I'm animated like that. That's just how I move. Okay. That's a big old red Russian flag right there. That's a big old, comrade alpha lady red flag right there. And the top tier guys, the guys who get to choose, they're not going to choose you, not for anything serious.
And some people who don't have the experience or the knowledge or don't read a book might not understand the fact that just because you're saying these things that sound good, right? There's also a pattern of behavior.
Yes,
right?
but you.
So, and I'll go into this because it also shows to a character. I asked you earlier this morning on the show, I said, would you, if you find out that there's a friend of yours, a male friend, because you're male, you have a male friend who is abusive to his wife.
And the conversation turned into abuse and all this other stuff. And we're going to, what I want to do is jump ahead to the very end. She was saying some stuff at the very end that I think we should hear, and I want to wrap it up. Y'all got me going longer and longer. It's like it's a 4-hour stream right here. I don't normally go that long, but 4-hour stream. I wanted to cover all this in one sitting. Miss AKA lady say, I would have enjoyed having this discussion with TK. I have a few questions that I am interested in his answers to. Hey, I'm gonna go to his Instagram, go to his website, and see if he's gonna be in Central Florida anytime soon. I can reach out to him. We have a venue. He might even be interested in coming to do our venue because he can make a decent little bag. I mean, we can hold some people there. And if that happens, sis, if that happens, if I can sit down and maybe do some business with TK, kind of get him to come do his show, you'll be able to have that conversation. I'll let you know. I'll you know what I mean? Hey, I got it. My sis, Miss AKA lady, man, she's got a bone to pick with you, homie. She won't sit there and talk to you about some stuff now. I wouldn't say that, but I'll let him know. We can make that happen. Get you out here, sit you guys together, and film it. That would be amazing. Let me jump to the end. You know what? And I'm bad producer because I didn't mark it. So I got to jump around. Bear with me while I try to find this spot.
People that don't know me, because
can you give a shout out?
Will be like, oh, a mistake, or oh, he beat me. He didn't beat you, girl. He lied.
But that's my point. We don't know, right? And it's so many things.
I see it more now. I see more people cutting folks off and saying, I'm not going to be around you if you can't do better.
But I want people and see.
So TK was saying how if he gets around dudes who are out there doing bad stuff like committing major crimes or beating on women and stuff like that, he'll just cut them out of his life for the most part. Some of the guys have been around a long time with him. He'll just accept the fact that that's just how they are. That's just how they get down. I can't help you, but I still love you type stuff. She got into talking about abusive relationships and stuff like that. I was listening to it when I was earlier in the day. None of it really caught my ear. This will definitely be linked in the bio in the description below, so you guys go back and watch this part. But as she got towards the end, they were talking about some stuff that I definitely wanted you guys to hear. So we'll just pick it up from here and see if we can't find it.
That's your journey. My journey is I want men to really like the person that they sleep with.
But I'm saying now, once that child is here or those mistakes have been made, whether it's
being a kid's life, I agree.
Just no matter what it is, hold people accountable.
Yes.
And if they choose to not do better, do not continue to reward them.
Yes. But see, again, your energy and passion comes because of your baby daddy. There's
other people.
No.
But it's not just baby daddy.
Watch what I'm about to tell you. Your energy is based on your personal experience.
My personal experience.
That's what I'm trying to say. And I see it. This is your
Damn, she's still looking at them comments, y'all. I read the comments that I get and as a small platform, and I respond to most of them. It might take me a while because I don't sit back and that's all I'm doing. I'm doing other things. But every now and then I'll get an opportunity. Let me catch up on the comments and I'll respond to the comments and do whatever. But I'm never really worried about, like when we do the shows, I'm reading the comments because we're having this conversation, of course. But when we get to the point where, we got tens of thousands of supporters and subscribers and we're doing our thing, I'm not going to be able to read all the comments. That's when you're only going to be able to read the super chats, you know what I mean? Because you can't read them all. But when I put out just DL shorts, man, I don't be really worried about the comments like that, man. I don't. And there's nothing anyone's going to say negatively is going to shake me off my square, especially when people are just trolling. But I think what hurts her right now is these comments aren't trolls. These are just like real comments that are just kidney punching her like, oh, she just can't take it. Like, oh, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Miss AKA lady got to go. She's like, I'm headed out. Good debate, though. I appreciate you, sis. Don DeMarco to you for being here. You know what I mean? Appreciate you.
Don DeMarco.
That was a damn good debate between you and I, my friend. And sister, I look forward to our next debate. Who knows what we'll be talking about? But again, I challenge everyone who was, watching this now and watched us go back and forth. You don't want an echo chamber. You want people who challenge your views. You want people who challenge you to put it through your think tank. That's what you want. And Miss AKA lady and all of my other day ones, they challenged me. Brother Cody, Brother Smeebles, Mandrell, you know what I mean? Brother Dino, you know what I'm saying? Wonderful 34, Pitney, everybody, y'all know who y'all are. Y'all challenge me. And I appreciate that. I truly do.
Personal experience.
Yeah, I have to hold anyone around me has to be held accountable.
Woman,
because
man, of your experience. But there are men out here who do try to do the right thing. And then there's women out here that push men away.
Which is what I'm trying to tell you. I hold those women accountable.
Now, watch what I'm trying to say. And that's life. Men got to deal. I got a friend who loved his daughter. The baby mama took the girl. He ain't seen his daughter in 19. He don't even know where they
There
are.
has to be a woman out there holding that woman accountable if that's the case, right? Because there's also women that be like, oh, he beat me. He didn't beat you, girl. He lied.
But that's my point. We don't know, right?
But when you do know,
yes.
When we do know, there's people that we know.
Yes, right.
Let's not talk about like what we, it might be, might not be. It's what we know for a fact.
I don't know nobody like that.
Okay, so I do.
Okay.
Right. I've been through them. I can say for me, I've been great. I've been lucky enough or grateful enough to have people that have seen what have happened and said, I'm going to hold that person accountable. I have held other women accountable. It's like, you don't do that. And I'm not going to help you. Oh, can you help me with your attorney to do this? I will not help you. So
now let me share to you what you said, TK, don't use the word mistake. What I want you to do is understand when you tell these stories, I want you to say, based on my personal journey.
Based on my experience, everybody should be held accountable.
Because when you say that, people understand that better because you're.
And she's saying people should be held accountable. Like, well, if you got a woman like that who's out there doing evil things and all this and lying on and this and that, a woman should hold her accountable. No, the court system should hold her accountable. She should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If you really want accountability, that's what the court system is for. Period. You don't count on somebody else to hold somebody accountable, man. They don't care about what DL Saint thinks. They don't care what Miss AKA Lady thinks. But when the judge hand down a ruling and here's your sentence, oh, they gonna care about that. You want to hold somebody accountable, you have to use the court system. And we use the court system all the time. And there's people that keep going in and out of jail because they don't really care. They're gonna come out and still do what they do. They still gonna break these laws. But when you have people who lie to law enforcement, file false reports, when they do all these kind of things, there are laws on the books for that. And what we need to do is we need to use those laws and prosecute those people to the fullest extent of the law. That's how you hold people to account.
That's why you're so passionate, because you have actually experienced.
I mean, that's why I don't say all. I never say all men.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I
will never throw a percentage out there because I don't know all men and women.
I'm with you 1,000%. And like I said, my thing with you is that video that I put out about that is truly saying what you're saying from a senior citizen perspective. it's just different words, but we're saying the same thing. And what I've learned with dealing with on these podcasts, I had said something a while ago, how you should you got to give a woman game or teacher, and that upset a lot of women. And I said something to myself I forgot to say. You should never tell a woman what to do, but you can say, may I make a suggestion? It comes off better. It comes off respectful.
And that's what I've been trying to tell you this whole time.
Yeah.
Words matter.
Words, I totally agree.
Words have meanings behind
totally
it.
Agree.
And that's when people will be like, oh, a mistake, or
no.
let me dumb it down for you.
Yeah.
Or this, those words really matter.
And you're just so passionate. Some people know how to let it just brush up the shoulders. Not you. You don't know how to duck. You don't know how to move out the way.
When I don't duck, when I'm doing stuff like this.
Okay.
Outside of here,
yeah.
Unless you fucking with my kids and my money, you can't get a reaction out of me.
Okay. Respect.
Not one reaction, which is why I'm in the position in life that I am.
Yes.
Now, if I come on a podcast and I'm like, yeah, that's cool.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be where I'm at.
Right.
Here is when I show my passion, I throw it out there, and I go home and I'm like,
I respect it,
I'm
baby.
like,
I respect
the bank account look good.
Okay.
The clients keep coming in.
Right.
Because why am I gonna let you bother me?
Right.
Don't fuck with my kids.
Right.
Don't fuck with my money, and we're good.
She said kids, plural. I thought she just had the one. She was 17, so I guess she has multiple kids. She doesn't need a man. Right? This is a true independent modern woman. She's independent of men. She doesn't need a man. What she wants is a dude who makes more than her, that's going to listen to her, and she's still going to be in charge. Like she said, she's like, I have to lead. You know what I mean? I'm not going to take care of no dude, but I want a dude who's doing better than me and he's going to listen to me. Why would a guy who has literally all the options in the world take her on? And in her mind, she was like, well, I make a lot of money. I have a lot of success. You know what I mean? I have a lot of clout. I'm famous. That makes me sexy. That puts me in the top tier. That separates me from all the other women. It does separate you from all the other women. But men don't find that attractive. Women do. She has become the very man she wants to be. Shout out to Rolo Tomasi. In correction. She has become the very man she wants. She has become the man she wants. She's never going to be able to find that guy. She is that guy. I mean, she could do like Dennis Rodman and marry herself, I guess. But she has become the man that she wants. The men that she wants to deal with, the top 1%ers, really, if you break it down. Because if she's making the kind of money I think she's making, I think she's, well into the $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year level. She might be there. I don't know where she is. She's certainly above $100,000 a year. She's talking about hiring nannies and everything else. So the moves that she's making, she's making big deals. So she's got money. Those guys at that level don't care about her money. They do care about the fact that she has a couple kids, because she kept saying, don't mess with my kids. So since she got a couple kids, they're going to care about that. Like, why am I going to take on some other man's responsibility? They care about that. They do care that she's leading in the sense that she refuses to follow his lead. You got to follow her lead. They care about that. They do care about her alpha energy and that she's not feminine at all. I haven't seen her do anything feminine this entire interview. There's nothing feminine about this woman. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's nothing feminine about this woman. When I went to her YouTube page, a lot of sexy outfits and see-through stuff and this and that. Very sexy. You know what I mean? I go back to what she said at the top of the show. Got a guy, that stood her up, didn't want to go out. And she's like, well, he has this, he's a single dad. I respect that. He just didn't want to deal with her. Brother Mandrell's, it's like, she's full of it, bro. She certainly is. She's full of masculinity. She is a masculine woman. So why would a masculine guy, why would a top tier guy deal with that? Opposites attract, not the same, not likeness, opposites. I don't want to come home. No dude wants to come home to this. Nah, bro, I'm good. I don't care if she kept the house clean and did all this other kind of stuff. I'm not coming home to this mouth. No way in hell.
We're on the same page.
Like, that's where it goes. But when I come here on the space, people that don't know me, because
can you give a shout out? Can tell people to follow me on my Instagram?
We're gonna work on him. His Instagram is TK.
Let me see. Let me put my old man glasses on.
Don't go reading up people. That's your people. We'll definitely tag his Instagram. He is his comedy. You wouldn't have lasted in comedy as long as you have if you're not great at what you do. Pay attention. Come on. Bring your old glasses over here. We're gonna talk about a man that's old.
Y'all notice that she didn't even want to do it. He makes a request. He's the celeb. Hey, can you do my promos? Can you tag me? She didn't like that. She was told what to do and she didn't want to do it, but she understood that she had to. She had to do it. This is the business side of it. Look how reluctant she was to plug her guest. Why? Because he told her to do it. She didn't want to do it. Did y'all peep that?
Older than you.
Okay.
In a second.
Where am I going? Okay, I'm sorry.
We're gonna wrap up. This is TK Kirkland. You're on tour for a while.
Oh yeah. Tours for people go out on the road once in a while. This is a job.
Touring.
This is a job. Yeah, I'm working. Yeah, everywhere. This week, the Improv, in Orlando.
And real quick, could you imagine coming home to her and just asking her, hey baby, can you make me a plate? Hey baby, can you make me, I don't know, some spaghetti? Can you warm up some macaroni and cheese for me while I sit here and wind down, while I go over my projections for this, I got to go over these numbers for this big, meeting we got tomorrow, or this big pitch I have tomorrow, or I'm checking the work of one of my, subordinates. I'm kind of making sure that this stuff is right. Can you do me a favor and warm up some mac and cheese for me? Or can you give me a slice of apple pie, please? You think she's going to jump up and do it right away? You think she's going to do it right away? Baby, I got some stress. Hey, can you come over here and let me, let me do a little something real quick. I'm lighter on my feet when I bust a load. She doesn't like having sex. She already said that. This is what you want to come home to. You will never find peace. This is akin to a quarrelsome woman. You might as well go ahead and live on the roof.
Florida. This Sunday at the world famous Zanies.
Well, this won't come out for a couple weeks. But where can they get all
your
tour dates? You have a
on
website?
TK_Kirkland, or go to TK.network, my own network, to see all my interviews, see my comedy special, and all my dates. I'm truly excited, and I'm happy. I'm happy that I'm a senior citizen, still working. I'm happy that I'm here with a beautiful young woman, and I truly wish you greatness, because I like to see this. I like to see how 9 years ago you wasn't even doing nothing like this, and I didn't even understand what podcasting was. I was calling the iPod.
That's crazy, because I actually just reconnected with an ex of mine. Just nothing like that. It was after 6 years we finally spoke.
Right.
And this was the person who, when I first started this, didn't understand. He's older as well.
Yes,
He's
right. Yeah, we don't know.
Later 40s.
Yeah, right.
So at the time he's like, what was it? It didn't make sense. And I'm like, just trust me. I was an accountant making six figures.
Right.
Like, I had a career. He's like, why would you leave your career? And this is the first time he's talked to me, because we broke up. I went on, and then now this is me. He saw the accountants, and now he was like, yo, you got everything you ever wanted.
Right.
And all I wanted was support. But someone who doesn't understand it can't support you.
She got everything she ever wanted except for a man. She said, all I wanted was support. I want support, but I want it on my terms. She had a dude. She's messing with an older dude. She was an accountant making 6 figures. She was doing good. She saw something, and she thought that she would be able to make this happen. And he didn't want to support her. Man, that's on dude, but it's also on her. They broke up. They circled back 6 years later. Oh, it ain't like that. We just cool, whatever. And he was like, oh, you got everything you ever wanted. Right? But I bet you in his mind, he was like, except for a man. Brother Mike is in the building. What's good, fam? How you feeling? Yeah, thank you for being there for me, bro. I'm just Uncle Saint here, man. I'm an old dude like TK. Although he's 10 years older than me. I'm a dude that's just like, I'm a report to you what I see. I'm the sergeant major, and I'm here to let you know how the battle is going. And I'm gonna tell you, you're the commander. You know what I mean? These women, she wants to be the commander. Dude didn't want to support her. She was like, all I really wanted was support. Now she can't find a dude, and she's not gonna be able to find a dude. Not with all that. My God. If she was on Fresh and Fit, Myron would absolutely have to ask her to leave the show. Like, please leave. You can't even have her on here. Like, please leave. Because she won't stop. Just keep talking and talking. She won't stop. This is the kind of person get on her feelings and just go crazy. Like, unless you messing with my feelings, messing with my kids, is it? Nah. Ain't nobody say nothing about her kids. And she was going off.
They don't understand where I'm coming from. If you don't have that same view of mine, I can't expect someone
especially because this is new, right? Podcasting's still fresh.
Newer to us. It's been around for the white people.
It's new to us, and it goes over people's heads. And that's why I try to teach about podcasting. If you're going to get into this, find a way to make your money. Some people just do it, get the equipment and all that, sit in the basement and just interview. Like, dog, you wasting time.
Well, they can do that. There's some of them that really like hold it.
No,
and
what
make
I'm
money
saying is,
and they do all that, but
try to find that check if you're gonna have it.
Absolutely, I'm not just gonna waste time recording.
You know this, right? People say they got a podcast,
don't make no money,
and not making no money. I want y'all to make money,
and I can
find a way. When you don't even start unless you know. Let me tell you.
Don't even start unless.
Let me tell you some hood hustle.
Well, we gotta go.
Okay, no, here's some hood hustle. If you start a podcast, you can actually
you just went on 2X. You could have talked faster this whole time.
You can go into the hood and get people like let me promote your business and get $20 from different stores and just have they stuff on your thing.
I used to do $50 ads.
You understand what
when
I'm
I started
saying?
$50 ads.
That you understand what I'm saying?
Locally.
I had a friend tell my friend the other day. I saw a couple years ago TK selling DVDs out the trunk of his car, not knowing that I was making hundreds of thousands selling DVDs out my car.
And that's why I love to do what I.
And hey, Mr. IRS, man, I paid all my taxes on that. That's what TK meant to say. He meant to put that in there. He meant to plug that real quick.
Do and not speak on what I got.
Yes.
Because it is what it is. But we're going to end this show right now. Just like every single week, I let you guys know if you're looking to start a podcast, idealaunchpodcastproductions.com or idealaunchpodcast.com. I am the producer of No For Sure Podcast with B. Simone and Megan Ashley. I am the producer of Holding Court with Ebony K. Williams. I am the producer of Pivot with Purpose. I am the producer of a show coming out now with Will Packer and iHeartMedia. I am the producer of another big show that's coming out and we're going to be launching in December. I've had my podcast production agency now for 3 years, been in the
Yep.
podcasting space for 7. We have done over 50 million downloads, over 2 million in revenue in the last 2 years.
Awesome.
So I do want to let you guys know I know what I'm doing. Don't take on any client. Have a purpose in your voice. Our voices are super impactful. They are powerful. So a podcast is very important. I brought you on here still thinking like,
we knew.
She just ran down her whole bio, and you see her passion. It's like she is 100% alpha. Listen to all the names that she was naming, all alpha women to my knowledge. Maybe if some of those women she named weren't alpha, let me know. All alpha women. She's like, I've been doing this. Me. This is what it is. I know what I'm doing. I know I'm getting this bread. These are our numbers. Come see me. That's alpha. 100% alpha. I'm glad she's doing well. Shout out to her. I'm glad she's doing well. We've been doing this, what, a year and a half, almost 2 years now. She's about 3,000 subscribers ahead of us. At some point, we're gonna hit that stride, and then boom, and we would definitely catapult past her on at least the platform that we're reviewing here. I don't know about all that stuff. She got Ebony K. Williams and all that. It is what it is. She's just alpha. And again, that's not going to help you get a man if that's what you want. Right? It's not going to help you get correction. That's not going to help you get the man that you want. But these bottom 80 dudes are just lying around like discarded toys. They waiting to go. Laying around like action figures. They ready to go. I am the single one. She's like, oh my God, for real. She went hard. And there's one last part I want to see, and we're going to close out.
Might not agree with everything that you do, but as long as you continue to better, not you, but like anyone continues to better themselves, it's great. You have made the choices that you made. Your kids are already here. You've already done so. So hopefully within time, choosing our words wiser. I can't wait until I'm 63 years old like you are. Right. And I have completely different views of the life, and our kids will be different.
Could you do me a favor? I'm not here on this planet. When you get 63,
I'll send you a little dove.
No, play this video. I want you to play this video and see how much you change. That's what I would like for you to do.
And she's still looking at those comments. She hit 63 years old. She'll play this video and she'll be like, man, TK was right. I threw away the best part of my life. Andrew Tate was right. Like but she has a child though, so it's not going to be as bad. She just wants a man. She has a child. So she's not going to be in that 45% of women by 2030 who are single and childless. She's just going to be single. Right? More than likely, she's going to settle with some dude and just, at least I got a warm body next to me kind of thing. She's going to get some beta dude that's going to be there to provide her whatever she needs emotionally. She already said a broke guy can't mentally stimulate her, so he ain't going to be able to stimulate her, but she can act like it. Find a guy who really doesn't need sex like that because she says she doesn't like to have sex. I mean, there's a lot going on with this lady. When she gets older, when she's, she hits 50, 60, she'll watch this video and she'll start crying.
60,
I got you.
70, I'll be 94 in 30 years, right?
You might still
30.
be here.
You 30 what?
36.
Yeah. Ooh.
You might be.
I might be here.
Well, to wrap up this episode, every single episode I wrap it up with a Bible verse.
Okay.
Because that's my
hold hands?
foundation. Bow your heads. We can take a prayer. I'm just kidding. We ain't gonna do this. I do. So I choose just a verse and I talk about it real quick. Just it takes 2 seconds to close it out. That this is my foundation. I have my passions. And I also know that I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't have faith, if I didn't have God behind me. Because I tell everybody I am God's favorite. And there are so many people that will be like, I don't like who she is, or I don't like that. Take the time to see who I am. Like people when they first meet you, or just maybe hear clips of yours, are like, I don't like her. Take the time to learn my story, why I speak the way that I do. There are folks that don't like TD Jakes. There are folks that don't like Sarah Jake Roberts. There are folks that don't like some of the greatest people on this, that I believe are the greatest people on this earth. That's what I've been saying.
Right? It's life. Like it is what it is. It's just life.
So here we go.
Okay.
Proverbs 1:5. Let the wise listen and add to their learning, and let the discerning get guidance. So I brought this up because you're always talking about wisdom.
Yes.
And I feel like wisdom always comes to me from the one above. We listen. We have elders that we always get things from. You've lived a different life that I can definitely say sometimes like, wow, like it had to happen different 36 years ago when you was out here smashing. I don't know. I wasn't.
I mean, she says she ends every show with a Bible verse. Isn't it funny that Bible verse was talking about listening to the wise? And she spent the whole show not listening to the wise man sitting next to her, the man that she booked to be on the show. She knows what she's doing. The guy that she wanted to have this conversation with, the person she wanted to interview. She didn't listen to anything he said until she saw the comments and those people calling her all kind of crazy. It wasn't until then that she began to listen maybe just a little bit. This is why I stay away from people who wear their religion on their sleeve. She's talking about, I'm God's chosen one. She doesn't know who she's following. She's certainly not listening to his teaching. All of the 3 big books pretty much teach the same thing, especially when it comes to women. She ain't listening to that. She's listening to what she wants to listen to. She's reading to what she wants to read. That's a bad look, in my opinion. So when I talk to my real religious folks, I'm like, these are the people right here, that little shorty. These are the people that be messing up y'all religion. Little shorty right here, she messing up y'all little religion. We're going to pull out this verse, and I'm going to read this verse. And it just like, I'm listening. I was like, when I was listening to this thing, they were wrapping up, and I was actually making thumbnails for my for our show next week. Flyers for the comedy show next week. I was up here making flyers, and I heard that part. I was like, what? The TV was on downstairs. I'm like, what? She ain't listening to a thing. TK said she fought his wisdom the whole time. But then we're going to close with a Bible verse that says I should be listening to the wise. Man, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. The way she came off was just, whew. It is what it is. But there you go, man. That's an alpha woman, man. That's a boss babe. That's how they move. There's a lot of women out there like that. I ain't saying all women are like that. I am saying that all women have certain traits like that, though. There's a lot of women that got traits like that. Not all of them, but there's a lot of women out there with traits like that. Not as extreme as this particular woman. Women like that will never be able to get the guys that they want. It just won't happen. And when they say that they can't get a good man, like I said, all you got to do is grab their phone, open up their Instagram or Facebook, take a picture of them and post that picture right away and see how many likes and comments come in. I mean, bloop, 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 bloop. Likes and comments. You can take a picture, post it on there. It's like, hey, y'all, I'm having a rough time, right? Like, hey, y'all, I'm having a rough hour. My goodness. You know what I mean? I'm feeling down. Just send that and watch how many dudes jump in there, jump in their DMs, comment, like, googly eyes, love eyes, hearts, kisses, and a legion of men. That's why I tell women, like, give me your phone. Ain't no good man, huh? Give them their phone, send that. Let's look at that. Sit here for the next 20 minutes and see how many dudes are trying to jump in here. What's wrong with that guy? What's wrong with that guy? What's wrong with that guy? These dudes have been following you for how long? Ladies, you can get a good man. There are plenty of good men. There are way more good men out there than there are successful, wealthy men. I'm here to tell you. There are dudes out there who will be faithful. They will be monogamous. They will work their butt off for you. They will endeavor to keep you happy. Tons and tons of men out there that will do that. But let's face it, they're in the bottom 80. And as we know, women want the best. I'll end with this. Michael Sertain said this. Women can find a guy who has 80% of the things that they're looking for in a mate. 80%. This dude has 80% of what she wants in a man. And she will not take that dude because that's considered settling. I ain't talking about all women, but y'all know what I'm getting at. As a man, if I come across a woman who has 80% of everything I'm looking for in a woman, man, I'm going crazy. I can't believe I found her. 80%? That's a win. 80%? We good, airborne. Let's make this happen. So a man will find a woman with 80% of the traits that he's been looking for and be as happy as he can be. Can't believe he found her. A woman will find a man with 80% of the traits that she's been looking for and won't take him because she believes she's settling. I can do better. Think about that for a while, y'all. chew on that one. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me. Y'all know how I get down. We'll be back tomorrow. We got an interview with a beautiful young woman that I met out here in Tampa, and we're going to be talking about why men don't approach women. This is going to be a good talk. I will confirm with her today. She said, yes, we are still on for tomorrow. So that thumbnail will come out and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be a good conversation. I look forward to seeing y'all there. Y'all know what it is. This was a long one, but hey, sometimes you got to have a long one. Pause. I'm DL Saint. This is I Really Want to Know podcast. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Nothing like I've ever seen. It's just a thing of beauty.
Darn, that's the end.